Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
It's a house! It's a house!
Oh, jeez. What's going on, freaks? Man, that was high. That was loud. Guess it wasn't that loud. Hey, look at it. It's Wild Bill Wassman. You didn't tell me. I sent you back another email. I wanted to know which one was the... I guess you're not really an email person. Who is you in this picture here? Look, there he is in his bass tournament. Are you this one or this guy? Which one are you? Oh, that's a smallmouth right there. Yeah, it's a big one too. That's smallmouth have those vertical stripes on him. That was probably your biggest fish, wasn't it? Oh, you're the one you hid your face. Okay. Yeah. Well, I think the smallmouth. That's probably what, about 3.5, 4 pounds, something like that, I would guess. This one over here is probably 2.5, 3. This one's probably 2.5, 2. This one here is probably like maybe 1.5 to 2 pounds, and this one's 2, right? Something like that. I don't eat smallmouth. They fight hard, though. Yeah, that person you sent me, Jason, the guy that makes those videos, he does lots of wild speculation on cases. The guy that was the guest on there isn't that. Plus, on my show, I had already said that the reason the door was open in the back was because the guy probably wanted to be able to get out as quick as possible, so ran. Would be able to just run out the door without trying to open it up, and it would save about 3 or 4 seconds. Yeah. What's that mean? Shit's going off. What does that mean? Hey, Gray and folks, shit's going off. What does that mean, man? Nobody knows what that means. That's pretty good, Wild Bill. How'd you guys do today? I mean, that's really high up there out of 134 boats. I mean, it's good stuff. Do you use any of that stuff you sent over here? Yeah, cool. I don't know who sent it. Start already. Oh, yeah. See you later, buddy. Yeah. Yeah. As soon as you start off with start already, you'll never be commenting again. Isn't that weird? Yeah. Strange how that works. All right. Well, anyways, I thought it might be interesting to. Well, there's a couple like podcasts that were out, or comments and whatnot people have made recently, and then I wanted to go again. I think we tried this like over a month ago, where we listened to the press conferences again. But I think when you have it's weird how every time you listen, the more you know, then you get more out of what you're hearing back then. So I got that, and then I also have like some of his interviews in between the press conference. Like his first press conference was at the scene on the 1st. Then there was a press conference the next day, and then he did a couple of interviews that day too. So I have some of those. But hey guys, while you're watching, if you have the ability to help support the channel, that would be great. We're now on the 28th with just today, tomorrow, the next day, and then we have our donation night. So if you have the ability to help support the channel with buying channel memberships, etc., that would be great. We are currently at $289,612 all time given to true crime related charities, etc. So, thank you. Anyways, it's pretty good that you're in 12th place. So, what was your... Maybe tomorrow you just need a couple big fish and you're right there, right? Oh boy, what? Yeah, he's not a kingpin. Yeah. He is nothing. People think he's behind it. That's just crazy. It's just... Makes the story so much better, though, doesn't it? So let's listen to this one thing that Megyn Kelly said.
There have been a lot of good questions asked about Savannah's interview yesterday. I saw one woman on my X feed today asking...
This is what I was telling you guys yesterday.
A really good question about this soundbite. Let me play it and then we'll talk about it.
Really good question.
This is Savannah talking about the moments she found out from Annie that Nancy was missing.
And my sister called me and I said, "Is everything okay?" Mm-hmm. And she said, "No." She said, "Mom's missing." And I said, "What? Yeah. What are you talking about?" She said, "She's gone." And she was in a panic. I was in a panic. I'm like, "Call 911." Yeah. She's like, "I did. We've called them. They're here." And we thought that she must have had like some kind of medical episode in the night, and that somehow, the paramedics had come because the back doors were propped open, and that didn't make any sense. We thought maybe they came and there was a stretcher and they took her out the back, but her phone was there and her purse was there and all her things, and it just didn't make any sense. So, Annie and Tommy had already called all the hospitals, but then I'm like, I'm going to call the hospital. So then I started calling the hospitals, and the police were there and talking to her at the same time, and it was just chaos and disbelief.
Hours went by from the sound of it before Annie Guthrie called Savannah. And I would give this woman online credit, but I didn't actually see her name. But she was saying, you only have one other sister. Annie Guthrie has a brother, Cameron, and she's got a sister, Savannah. And the sister happens to have major resources. But the point is, your mother's potentially missing. You've now been to the house. There's blood. There's blood throughout the house. The door's propped open. Nancy's missing. The Ring camera's been... It's gone. The Nest camera's gone. You wait hours? 2 or 3 hours to call your sister to say...
Okay. See, this is what I hate about, Megyn Kelly and other people actually online. The same types. They get all outraged about something. Why doesn't it make sense what she's saying at all? Well, I'll tell you why it doesn't make any sense. She might have waited hours to call her, but she got a hold of the sheriff. They called 911 7 minutes after they got there because they noticed stuff was wrong. They called 911. All right? So what nefarious angle could you possibly have when they actually got the people in there that could get them in trouble at the scene quick? And then the sheriff shows up. I'm not sure that Savannah has the right time. Maybe it was later in the afternoon. But you see how ludicrous this shit is? You see this by YouTubers and people like Megyn Kelly who sell controversy, stuff that they invent and shit like that. We don't do that here. Okay, so maybe that's why we don't get as many viewers, but it's just garbage, you know? Thanks, Wild Bill Wassman up there. We got one gifted membership, you guys. Right now we're at 160th. Hey, now we did better. We got Saturn Dreaming of Mercury. We just made it to like 1/10. Thank you, Saturn Dreaming of Mercury. Get the 5 memberships. But she goes, oh my God, you know, her sister has resources. Why wouldn't you call her sooner? Wow, 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 wow. But she called 911 right away. Megan? I mean, isn't there anybody there to check you? Like to just say, hey, Megan, what is the big deal that she didn't call Savannah for 3 hours? In your opinion, we don't even know what time it was. But you're upset about that when she already called the appropriate people right away. And maybe she wanted to get some answers before freaking out her sister. You know, it just seems like, you know, does anybody appreciate that kind of thinking like that? Because I think it sucks, you know, really. Right. If you want to have, but it's not even, but it's not even good for that, Betty Black. You know why? Because they called 911 and got the sheriff there right away. You know, they literally called it. They got there at 11:56, and then 12:03 they called 911. And they know that it was 11:56, I would imagine, because they probably opened up the garage door, went inside the home, probably opened it up at 11:56. Okay, and got out of their cars, entered the home probably 11:57, walked through there, 11:58, they can't find her. 11:59, they're looking around, you know, kind of like, whoa, 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 you know, and then noonish, they see blood maybe, and they look around, they call their name, boom, 12:03, they call 911. That seems absolutely reasonable to me. Why would you ask, what do you mean? Why would you ask your sister has her? Why would Savannah lives in New York. She wouldn't have anything to do with it. Let's see. It makes me not want to ever watch. It's horrible, you guys. You know, but this is what we get in the true crime world. Every day there's something, ooh, 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 and it's just, oh, God. You know, it's sort of, I don't know. I guess it's not the same, but I was going to say, like, even in that, you know, the new Koberger DMV interview, and the lady goes, wow, and brings up the event, and he goes, yeah, you know, and then they didn't really talk about it or anything, and everybody goes, wow, wow, what does it even mean, though? Like, what is the significance of that? Nothing. Okay? He's the killer. He admitted it. What we like to do is put the pieces of the puzzle together that we didn't get at trial. You know? It's just that sensationalism wins the day. But, all right, you guys, we're kind of moving along here. It's a little bit slower, but what we're going to try to do is by the... I want to reach the goals every single night on the rest of this month so that we can... I want to donate... It was sort of struggling along, and we're still just kind of a decent month, I guess, now. But I want to be able to donate 4,000 or 4,500 is sort of the goal that I want to get to. I didn't think I was going to come anywhere near there, but you know, if we can reach the goal and then some, the last 3 nights, and then have a good donation night, we might be able to do that. All right, that'd be sweet. We've already done 1,500 already. I don't know. Where is she? Where is she, Birdie Beazle? Where is she, man? I'm not sure why you're asking me that question. How would anybody know? Thanks, Alley Cake. Oh, whoa, look at that. We have Saturn Dreaming of Mercury. And Alley Cake up there. Thank you, guys. All right, so then let's take a look at this other thing. I think it was a longer show that she was on. There
have been a lot of good questions asked about.
I mean, I actually think that that question is likely in this. You know. But let's see what they talk about on this one. So it's 13 minutes here.
Savannah's interview yesterday. Many by just armchair detectives or, regular
Let's see if any of these clowns bite on this stuff.
civilians, Maureen, who have been covering this case. And I saw one woman on my X feed today asking
I don't know who that guy is. They'll probably say, though, in a minute. Why can't you just wait, Bertie? I'm sure we'll get to hear it.
really good question about this soundbite. Let me play it and then we'll talk about it. This is Savannah talking about the moments she found out from Annie that Nancy was missing.
And my sister called me and I said, "Is everything okay?" And she said, "No." She said, "Mom's missing."
Okay, this is
Like some kind of...
This is what we just did. So let me get to the end of this part. We just played the short of this. Now let's see how her guests respond.
Her husband had been away on a guy's weekend that weekend, and he had just come home, and that she had been at Carson Daly's house with her kids all day.
I know it's Nanos
And
on
she
the
had just
screen. Who
gotten home.
cares?
And that they were getting ready. It was the
Guys,
evening.
relax.
And then the sister called. Well, we know from the authorities that 911 was called just after noon.
I don't have... I'm playing the audio, right? This video isn't my video, okay? So these press conferences are public information.
That morning, right? Nancy, they revised the timeline, but they said at 11:57, they realized Nancy wasn't there. They called 911, and that 911 got there. The authorities got there just after noon. So that would have been just after 3 p.m. East Coast time. So hours went by from the sound.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's sort of interesting, right? I mean, no, it's not, so like 12:06 would be about 3:03, and maybe she got home at 4, See, no, she doesn't know what time Savannah Guthrie got home.
Before Annie Guthrie called Savannah, and I would give this woman online credit, but I didn't actually see her name. But she was saying, you only have one other sister. And Annie Guthrie has a brother, Cameron, and she's got...
I don't know who this guy is right here. It doesn't say. Maybe it does somewhere.
A sister, Savannah. And the sister happens to have major resources. But the point is, your mother's potentially missing. You've now been to the house. There's blood. There's blood throughout the house. The door's propped.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Open. Nancy's missing.
Are you the Charlotte that I was messaging with on Facebook?
The Ring camera's it's gone. The Nest camera's gone. You wait hours, 2 or 3 hours to call your sister to say, have you heard from Mom? And by the way, you do all the hospital calls too before you loop in the sister.
You notice how, when Megan has these guests on, she sells her opinion to the guests beforehand. And by God, if they want to come on again, they got to be on lockstep here. So she's doing this whole long thing where she's got this whole pitch she's making that there's something not quite right here.
Sister? I could see if your sister's missing, you do all that legwork yourself before you loop in your mom, whom you don't want to panic.
Yeah, you would say the same thing. The same thing with your sister.
But your sister is your sister in arms. Your siblings, they're in it with you as a sibling. You're this is our mom. It's all hands on deck. And also, wouldn't you have just
Hey, thank you, Charlotte and Betty Black.
Called her to say, have you heard from her? It is very strange, the more I think about it, that Annie Guthrie did not call Savannah Guthrie.
Now, I'm going to keep covering this case because it's not solved, and I want to cover it, and I'm interested in it. And if you're not interested, you don't have to watch. But I still cover other cases during the nights I cover this case. All right? Unlike everybody else. I actually literally cover a whole bunch of other cases.
For hours, apparently, and after she knew that something had gone very, very wrong with the mother.
She was probably just, she's going to say, Annie's going to say that she was trying to figure it out and that she and Tommaso were.
I don't know if I was ever planning on going, but I might go.
But to your point, I would absolutely.
All right, so Maureen O'Connell is the burrito lady. She thinks that Nancy was wrapped up like a burrito and carried out on both ends.
One of my first phone calls would be like to one of my sisters, hey, get on the phone and call these 3 hospitals. I'll have Eileen call the other 3 hospitals, and or divvy up these nearby hospitals between the 2 of you. I'm here. I'm doing a ground search. I'm trying to find Mom in the house. I have no idea why the door is propped open. There's blood in the front entryway, but I could see how. The only thing that really stands out to me is that door being propped open. Not the only thing, but the thing that really blows my mind is that door being propped open because she apparently left through the front door. And I mean, was the initial plan to pull the car around back and then they had to abort mission and the driver came up on the circle driveway instead and then they went out the front door?
Let me hear that again.
Because she apparently left through the front door.
Yeah.
And I mean, was the initial plan to pull the car around back?
It's weird how like these seasoned vets and stuff don't just immediately go, oh yeah, I could imagine them leaving the back door open for easy escape, where you can just sprint out if somebody were to come to the front of the house and then jump over the fence and be gone immediately.
And then they had to abort mission and the driver came up on the circle driveway instead and then they went out the front door. I don't know. But with them removing the camera, that makes me believe that part of the plan was to remove Nancy via the front door.
I know, that's what I was telling Betty Black. Is if they were doing the burrito, there'd be footprints in the blood. But that isn't how it went. And if it's your own blood, the blood would hit your foot or the ground, okay? It's not like you're stepping on your own blood if you're moving forward. Do you get it?
Door. And perhaps if it was a kidnapping to begin with, that was the plan, they wouldn't want the family to see what condition she was in when they pulled her out of that house.
Well,
with them removing the camera, that makes me believe that part of the plan was to remove Nancy via the front door.
Right. I've said that since the beginning.
And perhaps if it was a...
See, and then I thought maybe something like what she's saying now at the beginning, but immediately shifted, and she doesn't seem to have caught up to that.
Kidnapping to begin with, that was the plan. They wouldn't want the family to see what condition she was in when they pulled her out of that house.
No. You think the kidnapper would care at all about that? See, the kidnapper showed up to the front of the house, knowing that he was being filmed when he was at the front door. Then he removed the camera. And he removed the camera because a car was going to be... I don't know why she doesn't have that in her head here. It's so obvious that the reason the camera was removed, I mean, very likely, right? Like 99% is because the kidnapper is going to be parking a car right there at the end of the driveway. So if we look at this, I mean, we all have seen it 100,000 times now. The car was parked right here because that's the closest place to bring Nancy out. That's why the camera was removed. Not, well, they just didn't want her to see what what she might have looked like. I mean, they didn't want. What do you mean? What difference does it make? That has nothing to do with anything. Yeah. Anyways, here we go. Thanks.
Well,
thanks, Saturn, Dreamy, and Mercury. I wonder if Megan right there when she went, disagreed, but didn't say anything.
Well, we speculated yesterday, James was here, about whether maybe they did take her out of the house. Maybe they threw her over the shoulder and walked out of the front of the house.
That's what I think.
And one of the questions I have...
Yeah, that's what I think too. Throw it over their shoulder. Throw it over. We keep hearing the throw it over the shoulder thing. It doesn't make sense. It's way too high up in the air. So it's called Fireman carry, right? So if any of you actually went and looked, or do you just sort of listen to somebody tell you that, and then, of course, then it's okay. Here, let's just look at this right here.
Students, another police there. So there are arms between that leg when we're right hand side. I use my all the time in the wild.
I'm not sure if they actually... Right there. See, that's fireman carry. Look how high her head is off the ground there. You see that? There's no way you'd get that fine concentric. It was determined to be 8 to 24 inches. We put it into ChatGPT. It said it figured out the width of the concentration of the expirated blood, and you have to be 8 to 24 inches. Look at that right there. It's not even close. There's no way that would work.
Does Savannah know that her mother was wearing the pajamas? She said that yesterday, without her shoes, in her pajamas, because she's seen.
Do you guys have any comments on that right there? There was no fireman carry.
Maybe additional images from the Nest camera that the rest of us haven't seen? Or is it more likely that she's going off of what was in that first ransom note that she's taking so seriously, James, which you heard Harvey Levin say describes what Nancy was wearing? And maybe she's just going by that she, maybe the note says we took her.
That's something new there. Harvey says it described what she was wearing. So that's something a little extra that the ransom note would have had on it that we wouldn't. I mean, I don't know. Wasn't that put out, though, early on, like in the description? I don't know. How would you know what she was wearing, by the way? Because she went to sleep. It would be pajamas.
In her pajamas without her shoes.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I didn't catch, but what she led with was that when Savannah, what she led with was when she talked to her sister.
I always feel like these talking heads, it's so cliche. Like every answer is a cliche of like, hey, this is what, instead of just using like common sense and like rational thought, they just come up with just, I don't know, man. I'm not even sure what the right word is.
That her sister says something's odd, mom's missing, and notice she said the door was propped open. Well, what about the blood? If you and I were brother and sister, Megan, and I called you and I said, hey, there's blood all over mom's porch, I'd lead with that. I wouldn't lead with door propped open, right? I'd lead with blood. I'd lead with camera.
Wait, what now?
She said the door was propped open.
Maybe the note says we took her in her pajamas without her shoes.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I didn't catch, but what she led with was that what she led with was when she talked to her sister, that her sister said something's odd, mom's missing, and notice she said the door was propped open.
That's not what Savannah said, man. That's ridiculous. Savannah just brought that up as a point in her conversation. Right? She just brought it up as a point, like, yeah, the was open, the doors were propped open. It wasn't, my sister told me that doors were propped open. Right? I don't remember that being said like that.
Well, what about the blood? If you and I were brother and sister, Megan, and I called you and I said, hey, there's blood all over mom's porch, I'd lead with that.
Well, that's what we thought originally, that there was a camera in the room. I don't know if that's a reality now. Now, if it is a reality, and the camera outside didn't film, here's the thing, everybody. The reason I think the camera is an outside camera, as I've stated before, was because in one of the press conferences that we'll hear in a little bit, he said that, I think it was the second press conference, that the camera picked up motion of a person, and then he said, well, it could have been an animal. Well, I mean, really? I guess the doors were open, but an animal, you know? And that's when the FBI guy looked at him, and that was him giving away the fact that it was likely an outdoor camera, the one that's on top of the pool house, the one that law enforcement was removing on that video, what was it called? The helicopter camera, drone footage that we saw that one time.
I wouldn't lead with door propped open, right? I'd lead with blood. I'd lead with camera knocked off. Hey,
Saturn Dreaming of Mercury, you were accidentally hidden again by Sandy Shirley for some unknown reason. Why her phone particularly does that all the time, but you're back in now. And she did it twice. What are you doing, Sandy? I always suppose she stumbled out. I'll read what you just wrote. You said, I always suppose she stumbled out of the door by force during extraction. Well, I think she was just being moved, and then she had to cough and kind of bent over. Falls to her knees. The expirated blood occurs, and she continued to be pulled towards the vehicle. Yeah. She like hides more people than I've ever seen. I don't know what's going on with that. It's just amazing. I'm sort of wondering if there's people out there that have been hidden that shouldn't be. If you feel like you're listening to my show and you got blocked at some point and you shouldn't be, send me an email. But put your @name in there. All right, let me get back to this.
Off the front, that was not said. And I try not to ever really get involved in family dynamics and why, a call was made or not made. We just don't know enough. I don't know enough about that family dynamic, but if they're taking care of, meaning if Savannah's sister and her brother-in-law are taking care of the mother and they're there frequently, there might be a lot of things going on that they don't ever call Savannah about. And I don't know the family well enough. I do know families, and sometimes that does happen. So I don't find the 3 hours terribly, strange. But
yeah, I don't either. Okay, hold on. Let me go.
Blood, I'd lead with camera.
Why does he care what the sister led with? I mean, so Savannah leads with, yeah, the doors were wide open. Or it just didn't lead with anything. She just said that as part of a conversation. This guy right here is trying to imply that Annie told her only of these minor things. Oh, the door was propped open, but not about the blood. There's something nefarious about that. Because she didn't bring up the blood to her. Well, maybe Savannah's even have been told not to mention where the blood or anything about the blood at all, because law enforcement currently has never said they did say that they tested the blood because it was put out there, but they never say, oh yeah, there was blood outside, there was blood inside the door. They don't really say those kind of statements. So maybe they told Savannah to steer away from that stuff. I'm sure Annie brought that up on the phone. This guy's just inventing something that Annie's saying.
Knocked off the front. That was not said. And I try not to ever really get involved in family dynamics.
What is this even a conversation they're having? You see, doesn't this bother you guys?
And why, a call was made or not made. We just don't know enough. I don't know enough about that family dynamic. But if they're taking care of, meaning if Savannah's sister and her brother-in-law are taking care of the mother and they're there frequently, there might be a lot.
That's exactly what they're trying to do. Yorkshire tea. But hey guys, let's see if we can get a challenge going or something in here. It'd be nice to, try to get to the goals earlier in the show.
A lot of things going on that they don't ever call Savannah about. And I don't know the family well enough. I do know families, and sometimes that does happen. So I don't find the 3 hours terribly, strange. But I do have a problem with.
But how do we know it's 3 hours? Can any of you guys tell me where in the interview with Savannah Guthrie on the Today Show where she said, I got home at 5 o'clock? Did she ever say that? There was never a time mentioned. She said, yeah, came home after work, I was sitting there, or, something like that. We don't know what time that was. It could have been 3:30, 4 o'clock. What's making them say it was 6 o'clock at night? Yeah, she never said anything.
The not knowing about. So did she not know about the blood? Why not lead with that?
Oh man, Jesus!
It makes me feel like they didn't know.
It's possible. Well, it's possible she's been told, not to discuss.
Oh well, there you go. I haven't even watched this yet, but there she said. She said maybe she was told not to bring that
evidence, like at the crime scene. Maybe she thinks the blood is not to be even even though we've all seen it. It's not a secret thanks to the investigators.
Oh, I feel like Saturn. They didn't know. I feel like,
Thank you, Saturn, dreaming of Mercury. Again. How about some of the rest of you guys? Let's get moving.
Law enforcement say, remember, yesterday we talked about law enforcement trying to talk. It sounds like that they're trying to tell the family it's not a big deal. People go missing all the time. And the family keeps saying, no, you don't understand. She can't just walk away. She has this heart thing. no mention. I think maybe they started searching later and then, found this blood and then called crime scene unit and all those things. I think that took a while, because if they had known that in the beginning, then certainly the prop door is a concern, but blood's more concerning. And I think I lead with that one.
Mm-hmm.
I would too. But
meanwhile, yeah, go ahead.
With regard to what she was wearing, it could be a simple case, Megan, of, one of the granddaughters bought her a Hello Kitty sleep shirt or something, and she always wore either that or this other thing, and they all know it, and, or something very anecdotal like that, and they noticed that one of them was missing.
Hey, are you a troll, Birdie Beazle? Because your comments come across like that. Really ridiculous comments. I'm not sure what you're... Yes, you can watch Birdie Beazles. Did you notice that you're still sitting here watching? I'm asking people if they can help support the channel. That would be great, because my channel, actually, one of the goals that we have is that we send out a tremendous amount of money every year. I think 46,000 or 47 last year, 48 and then 61 year. And we give out a ton of money, and I also need the income to help support my channel so I can do all the stuff that we do here. I have tons and tons of subscriptions and things to do. And if you can't, your comment there, if you make another one like that, I'm removing you permanently from the channel, okay? Because I could tell the way you typed that in. You typed it in nefariously. It was obviously a slight and a stupid comment, and if you do something like that again, you're out of here. Yeah. All right, let's see.
Missing. The sleep shirt she always wears is missing. Something distinctive. That's what I thought of when I heard that.
I mean, I'll tell you something. I know exactly what my mom sleeps in. I know exactly what it is. And if somebody ever took her while wearing it, they'd be able to convince me in a heartbeat that they had her. It's like distinctive. I know every option she has and what she does. So if that's the case here, then maybe there was something that really convinced them this person in the first note is the person. Mm-hmm. But I have my doubts, because we have seen the Apple Watch on Nancy on previous Today Show segments. We've seen Nancy's cane on previous segments. I don't know if they mentioned the cane, but they might have known that she was not that mobile from that information. We've seen, as we discussed now, the inside of Nancy's bedroom in that videotape that we found from 2013. I don't know whether this person ever saw that, but...
Yeah, we've already gone over all the stuff. She was supposed to be... It wasn't a church thing. This is the way it worked was Annie went over the night before to Tommaso and Annie... excuse me. Nancy went over to Annie and Tommaso's house the night before, and then was dropped off. Actually, let's see. Yeah, so she was dropped off at I think it was 9:48, and then 9:48 the garage door opens, 9:50 the garage door shuts, and then we know all the timeline stuff. And then that next morning she was supposed to go to one of the friends' house, because they sort of have this roving. What they do is they would watch the streaming New York service of Savannah's church, and they would all just go to different homes, and she didn't show up to the home she was supposed to show up to. And those people called Annie and said, hey, she didn't show up for this. And then Annie and Tommaso drove over there and got to the house at, I think it was 11:56, and then at 12:03 called 911. All right, there you go. All right, who's going to do a challenge in here, you guys? We need to get a challenge going. Yeah, I know. I know it's me, Mike. Just let me get through the data myself. I know I know all the stuff. All right. All right, here we go.
If you're going to if you were doing a planned kidnapping on Nancy, you might take a deep dive into whatever.
No, it was 11:56 is when they got to the house. 12:03 they called 911.
Segments you could find where they showed the inside of Nancy's home, which they did on the Today Show. So it's very possible this person could write a convincing note that they had Nancy, even if they didn't. I as we've discussed before, I don't understand a kidnapper who's like, check the floodlight as proof that I have Nancy. Maureen, that just doesn't, the floodlight, that's something anyone can see from the outside of the house.
Well, yeah, the floodlight, but the Apple Watch, I'm convinced, because for the FBI to take this seriously, and James can agree with me because they were talking about it. They got together. Everyone discussed it. It had to be something specific, like I ripped her Apple Watch off. I broke the buckle to the where she hooked it on. I threw it.
He said it was the location.
I threw it.
Harvey said the location.
I threw it under her nightstand or under the dresser, or I threw it into the bathroom. Something like.
That's not a real challenge there, you guys. That's a fake one. Hey, Karen's going to do one now. That's a new account there. I knew that wasn't real. But Karen's there, so she's going to do a 5 for 5-er, you guys. So if you guys donate 5 of you donate 1 membership, she'll donate 5 by herself. All right? Yeah.
That. So it's got a couple of elements that just no one else knew about unless they were there.
And thanks, Betty Black.
That's exactly right.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
House.
Well, yeah, the floodlight. But the Apple Watch, I'm convinced, because for the FBI to take this seriously, and James can agree with me because they were talking about it.
So here's the thing, you guys. That ransom note that they got on the 2nd was in the morning. I mean, that can't be, like, that's way early in this. That means after the evening, I think it was even before the press conference that day.
They got together. Everyone discussed it. It had to be something specific, like I agree
with this. I think that they feel really good about it being somebody that likely is the abductor.
Her Apple Watch off. I broke the buckle to the where she hooked it on. I threw it.
He said it was the location.
I threw it.
Harvey said the location.
I threw it under her nightstand or under the dresser, or I threw it into the bathroom, something like that. So it's got a couple of elements that just no one else knew about unless they were there.
That's exactly right.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And yeah, again, she's very emotional, and she's hanging on to any thread at all. And so for her to believe that, the note was for real, I completely understand how that could happen due to, the emotional nature of it. And not to say that her brother's not emotional, but
Are you sure that's the time? It was Tuesday at 1? I thought it was in the morning time.
love to hear from him. Did he think, or did the sister,
we'll see, because I think I have this information.
Sister believe that this was real? I'd like to hear from them. And again,
either way, it's early, in the case.
I could see her believing that because of these victims are hanging on to any shred of hope that it's going to be a good outcome.
I mean, I do think it's interesting that the brother, this fighter pilot, his mind immediately went to she was kidnapped for ransom. Like Savannah told us that yesterday without even, and he didn't get there until a couple days in, James. So that was him just having.
Well, so, what's funny is this right here debunks her original thing. So if the brother just heard the stuff that Annie was telling him, how come he knew all that stuff? Like, wow, he must have known that the door was open, that there was blood, there was this, there was that, and everything else.
The crime scene described to him by phone, he immediately went to someone stole her to extort money from us because knowing Savannah had means.
Exactly. And that's kind of what I was talking about yesterday. He was intuitively, he was putting it together. And if you've ever been through a traumatic situation, that's exactly what happens. I was actually stalked one time, and the cops were asking me, who do you think it is? And I immediately put it together. And I had no I was very young. I didn't have any training in FBI stuff or stalking or any of that, but I just put it together intuitively that it's so and so. And sure enough, that's exactly who was stalking me. So it doesn't surprise me at all that that's what happened. Again, intuition is a very powerful thing, and it operates at a subconscious level faster than a computer. And he put it together very quickly, and not surprised by it at all.
Think about this. In 2006, $20,000 equaled roughly 33 ounces of gold. There's no obligation.
Wow. Okay, that was it. Yeah, just sensationalism at its finest. Anyways, if you haven't seen this is the animation I made using the 3D Google Earth data from the scene. And what I had originally the individual went in at 1:47, removed the camera, knowing that they're going to be parking here, but first waited 20 minutes to see if they had if the police were notified based on their setting off the motion sensor. So then after that, they drove over there at about like 2:07 or so. Then the individual walks around the back of the building here, and then, you know, maybe makes their way over the fence right over here. And that's right at 2:12. 2:12, the camera up here films the person come over. Then they go inside the home, more like in this area. Then they go inside the home and they confront Nancy Guthrie, and then eventually just take her out the front door to the waiting vehicle that's right there. Huh? I'm not sure what the hell you're talking about. All right, so look at then. There's two people that get into the vehicle here. Hey, I don't know, Betty. Just don't worry about it, okay? I don't believe when people just randomly type in stuff. You know, especially when you bring up in Mexico. All right. Anyways, you see that? So that, I think that's just sort of like the really generic version. You know, he may have, you know, it's possible that he had another person driving the vehicle, got a walkie-talkie out and said, hey, I'm ready to go. And they're the one, and then they pulled up. But I think he still left the house for a while, the area. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of interesting. Let's say there is another person that's in the car. That even makes the back door open. Let's see. So let's just throw it out there. Like, let's just pretend. Like, there's only one person, I think, that ever goes into the home and stuff like that. But let's say there was a driver. So then he goes into the house at like 2:12. But then he leaves the doors open. He props them up as he's going in. And then he's doing whatever he's doing in there. But then he leaves them open because when he calls for the car, the guy might go, hey, I think there's, you know, he's a lookout too, right? So he might be up the street looking at the home, and he might say, hey, there's somebody coming. You got to get the hell out of there. And boom, he just darts out the back and is gone. You know, something like that. But if not, he'd pull up, and then the doors were just left open for the sake of them being left open. I mean, they were just left open for an easy escape, and they never needed to be used, but could have been for that. Could have been, and it's also the same thing with just an individual. You could go in there, and if you heard somebody, you know, saw lights outside or something, you'd get the hell out of the back. Yeah. All right. And then we also have this one from Brian Enton over here.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. And
I think it's from yesterday.
You know, it's kind of unusual, but I started getting involved.
Talk about before.
Started getting involved. You know, many years later, I had the opportunity to go to school. You know, I came from a poor family. Was a high school dropout, and I got a...
Just for my viewers, tell me a little bit about yourself. I know you worked within law enforcement for quite some time. You're a doctor, obviously. You were Surgeon General. If you don't mind, just give me a little bit of background.
Apparently it says insider on the rift with the FBI. So, I don't know.
So people kind of know where you're coming at this from.
Yeah, sure.
Or maybe we can just do that later, because that's not really related to any, you know, like the case, really. Can I ask you guys one question in here? What is the value of doing entire videos and shows on how inept Nanos is? Can anybody tell me? Like, what's the value of that? How does it help something? You know what I mean? It's one of those things I'm trying to figure out. There's so many people that make videos on that and talk about it. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what is it that it's just, see, that's the part of true crime I hate. It's the sensationalism, for the sake of sensationalism. So let's make a video. I mean, I think he was bad, you know. It's just not, there's no value to it. It shouldn't be part of the true crime genre. Hey, thanks, Lanky Tor. Very kind, very kind. All right, let's see. This one says, the full moon was brightest at the back side of the house. Back door propped open to allow light into house to avoid. I don't think so. But yeah, that's not going to let. It's only going to have a tiny amount of light inside the home, right? It's just going to come in that little door area. It's not going to light up the inside. It's not, the moonlight isn't that bright. I mean, I see what you're saying there. Like, they open up the door and, you know. Yeah, that's exactly what I think. I don't know why your comment was removed, Sunflower, but yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I just don't think there's enough light coming in there, knitting kitten, but I see what you're saying. You know, I'm sure there's ambient light in the home, you know. People don't just sleep in pitch black. I mean, especially her. She probably has little lights on and, you know, stuff in the home. And thank you. We don't know which door he went in. There's 2 doors there, though. We're not going to get to know that until later. Anyways, let's go. I don't know if you guys are interested, but I think it'd be kind of cool just to watch and listen to some of these again and just sort of analyze what they were saying based on what we know now. What do you guys think? So I've got this very first one that he did. And look at the moon up there. It actually says AZC on it. It's really strange. Have you ever seen a moon that looked like that? Man, I wonder how they got those letters up there. That's wild. You know what's even weirder is it doesn't seem to wrap around the moon. It's just straight. And then there's this like one huge crater over here. So it's almost like this is floating in the air above the moon. It's not really wrapped on the surface of it. Unfortunately, there's people that think, Gray, it's not, man. It's just writing. All right, here we go.
We're looking for a missing person. Nancy Guthrie, I think we sent
really, really crappy audio on this first one here.
out a media release to all of you. Came to our attention, we got a call, a 911 call, that Miss Guthrie was reported missing from her home. That call came in around noon earlier today. Our teams came out, our search and rescue team, being supported by our volunteers from Search and Rescue Association.
And this is
from PSAR.
This is on the 1st. You know, so after apparently Savannah was called that evening.
From Border Patrol, they gave us their search and rescue dogs. We're pretty much just throwing everything at this as we can. Miss Guthrie is 84 years old.
Yeah, like she was just pulled right from her bed, Betty. Yeah, sure.
Is not of good physical health. And so,
I mean, like I could see it working like this. The person came in, has a gun on her, and says, all right, you need to, you know, you're coming with us. Has her get right out of bed. And so that's the thing is I think the confrontation happened more like at 12:20. You know, so whatever these people were doing, you know, there was 12:12. It might have taken a while to actually get into the home, and it didn't set off the alarm, perhaps because they, well, I don't know. Those things usually have night visions, or, you know, infrared. I don't know. But it seems like the confrontation was later, like 2:20, and then, you know, they sort of get her to head towards the door.
actually, we have some great concerns. The scene at the house.
But like she just gets out of bed. There's no fighting or anything. They just have her at gunpoint and she leaves. You know, maybe she sat on the edge of the bed for a little bit. Or...
house also has some concerns for us as well.
What is it about the scene that concerns you?
You know, I don't want to get into those details. I would just tell you that it's certainly a grave concern to us, just what we see there, and we'll continue to look.
So you suspect foul play?
I'm not ruling it out.
Okay.
I think we're all wondering, can you confirm that this is Savannah Guthrie's mom?
This is Mrs. Guthrie's mom.
Cool, Jeffrey.
Is there anything meaningful about it being homicide detectives, or is that standard?
You know, it's not standard. Typically, our homicide team comes out when we have a homicide, a body. This one was a great concern simply because of what the scene was telling us.
What would you gauge the chances are that it's foul play? Would you be willing to give us any idea on that?
No, I hope it's not. I hope we find her. I hope we find.
I mean, he knew it's probably foul play right there with the blood and whatnot.
Find her safe and sound.
2 doors being wide open, propped open, blood at the front door, outside, and apparently, other than that, there was nothing knocked over or anything like that. It appeared like she just got out of bed, but that isn't what happened.
But
see, that's why this case is crazy. I mean, this is, you know, like this could be anybody. That's what I was saying when I was on with Ashley Banfield. I said, hey, you know, this is Savannah Guthrie's mother, and that's why it became so big early. But if this was a story that was just out there and for some other reason became popular, see, there's no rhyme or reason sometimes. Sometimes there's cases that are just are more popular. This would be the same interest. I mean, look, I hardly ever talk about Savannah, like only recently because she's done those little, but like Savannah isn't really even part of the case. It's just sort of like, wow, what the hell happened to Nancy Guthrie? Hey, thanks, Phyllis Watson.
we can't ignore what's in front of us. We need to take all the precautions we can and deal with too much the evidence is in front of us.
I'm not sure what the hell that was, but let's go. Now, here's the first press conference right here. I fixed all the audio and everything. Should have all the questions you should be able to hear now because I brought it into, the reason I don't like Apple products is because they don't have these little tools and things that you could just, some people randomly make out there. And for example, I have this program called Levelator. I mean, look at it. It's just, you can see it barely see it on the screen. That's just the thumbnail. And it's awesome. You can take an audio file that might be like this. Hi, everybody. I was talking to the guys on this. And the one time I was, and, so he was pretty cool too. And then the guy was like, and you put it in there and it levels it all out where all the audio is the same level. So even when there's a quiet voice, it might be, have a little bit more of that sound in the background on the questions, but it's better. All right, here we go.
We'll get started. I believe it was around noon yesterday. We got a call to the Guthrie residence.
12:03 now.
That
close, right?
Nancy Guthrie, 84 years old, was missing. We expended a lot of resources for missing.
No, it's not just that. People make these little apps and things that go on PCs and, Android phones that Apple doesn't have.
In person that we typically always do. Our search and rescue volunteers, our search and rescue teams, other agencies, Borstar from Border Patrol sent their canines out. They worked tirelessly all day yesterday and all day tonight. All day yesterday and all last night. To no avail. As I said yesterday, we saw some things at the home that were concerning to us. We believe now, after we processed that crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime, and we're asking the community's help. This community has always stepped up to help us solve some pretty tough crimes. I'm looking for that again. This is a 84-year-old lady who suffers from some physical ailments.
Hold on a second. We got it. Has anything, thank you, Saturn Dreaming of Mercury, says, has anything been said of the late 2025 Google Street View in it? Let's see. It's something unlikely to show anything material, but there's a gray compact SUV that's parked on the roadside. Oh yeah, I saw that. I actually saw that. It's right down here, right? I was looking at that. I think it was down the street. Around the corner, something like that. Are you talking about Google Street View or the... Where was that? I remember there being a car parked on the side of the road. You know, like there's a car right here, for example. But I think I remember one being down there at one point. I don't see it. Or maybe it was... Let me go back. Hold on. This is it right here, maybe. That's February 2025. The Street View is only 2022 down there. I don't know. Where the heck is that? Is it on this side then? I can't remember. Maybe I'm backed up a little bit. But this, oh yeah, this is November 2025 over here. I remember looking at a car that was on the side of the road one time. But anyways, let's keep going on the press conference.
Has some physical challenges, is in need of medication. Medication that if she doesn't have in 24 hours, it could be fatal. So we make a plea to anyone who knows anything about this, who has seen something, heard something, to contact us. Call 911. We don't need another bad tragic ending. We need some help. Our team is the best. I couldn't speak any higher. I think you know that. We have done some great work with our partners in the Valley. You know, this community, I have to give a lot of thanks to our law enforcement agencies all across this valley, whether it's the Tucson Police Department or some of the smaller agencies. They've all reached out. They've all offered to assist. The FBI, all of them. We work so close with them, and they are all plugged in. We'll continue to work closely with them. But what I really need is I need this community to step up and start giving us some calls. Let us know if you've seen something. We are right now at a time, and I apologize, everybody tells me I talk too softly. We are at a time where, in this investigation, we're now moving forward where we need to depend on technology. You know, our license plate readers, our camera systems throughout the community, anything, everything. And we will download all that data we have from the home, from different pieces of technology we've gotten, and we will use that to our advantage. But the reason I bring this up is that, you know, I'm a cop. I hate politics, but I have to remind our political leaders that they need to quit this banter of
right there.
Every time law enforcement leaders come to you for a need, that you give up these ridiculous remarks about how it's going to be misused. AI is a bad, evil word. The cameras are very bad and evil. I'm tired of that. Those tools in the right hands with the right minds and the right approaches are extremely valuable to solving crimes just like this. We need this. We need more staffing. We need a lot of things. But what I really need is I need the community's help with this. So I want to make sure I didn't, before I take any questions.
That's funny.
It is a crime scene. We know that. She needs her daily.
Isn't that funny? That's exactly where I was thinking it was, but I didn't see it when I did it because I started down there. You have to be back in the distance. But I remember seeing that on another time.
Medication. And anybody that sees anything that even looks, hey, maybe that's her, just take a quick picture. And take a video, send it to us. The number is real easy here locally. It's 911. You can contact our 88 crime.
Well, it looks like your comments are hidden, Marty. Looks like they're absolutely hidden. Wow, that's yikes.
Remain anonymous. You can call me, anybody. I am here.
Marty Kai.
Here to take any questions you may have. It will be a little limited. I apologize for that, but we do have a crime that we need to protect its integrity. I have here Sergeant David Stivers from our homicide team. He has been up all night, so bear with us if we are a little bit fuzzy in our answers and responses, but we're both here for any questions you may have. Let's start, please.
Recognizing your limitations, but can you elaborate at all on what makes you believe it's a crime scene as opposed to someone who left home and just couldn't find out what that?
Yeah, they just do that with Google Earth. You know, I've been places where it's 2008 and there's not even a house there, and then it switches right over to 2020 and there's a mansion or something. You know, it's just crazy.
Well, I think I told you she is very limited in her mobility, right? We know she didn't just walk out of there. That we know. There are other things at the scene that indicate.
See, when you watch this first press conference, did he seem like there was anything wrong with what he was doing or saying? I don't think so at all. It just seemed
there was she did not leave on her own. We know that.
If you don't have plate readers, is there a vehicle associated with this?
We're when I told you we're now at the phase where we're looking at all the technology.
Thanks,
all of that is being evaluated as we speak. Let me say this: we've not just thrown our search and rescue team out there. They are going to be doing some door-to-door with our criminal investigation team. It is not just our homicide unit, all of our criminal investigation detectives. I went out last night to the scene. There were probably 100 cars out there, all from the sheriff's department, all working this case. It takes a lot of manpower and a lot of energy. This team of mine worked throughout the night. They continue to work. David's had zero sleep, but he and his team are working as hard as they can.
Is there anybody else associated with her, a caregiver, family member, acquaintance, who is also missing and somebody?
No. The family, all of the family has been very cooperative with us. They're working.
Thank you, Saturn, dreaming of Mercury. Anyways, thank you. And Jim Lawn. What the hell is that? Oh, a wave emoji?
Working with us. They're staying in touch with us. They have complete access to anybody on this department. Savannah has been in touch with us as well. Our hearts go out to them. This is their mom. She's just a great lady from what I've heard, and I feel for the family. We just want to find her and bring her back safe.
Sheriff, you mentioned that
you guys can all hear the questions pretty easily now, right?
She didn't just walk out, but is there any additional information that you can give us on what may have alluded to this being a crime scene?
I wish I could. I really do.
So we now know that he knows that there's blood at the front door, outside. The back doors were propped open, And, oops, what happened there? And there's probably something else, too, you know. I think he was about right here. Let me see.
Alluded to this being a crime scene?
Wow, what a guess. I just slid that slider over and it was right on the money. Look at that. Wow.
You know, I wish I
miracle.
could. I really do. I know that everybody wants to know certain things, but I can't do that for the, it would be inappropriate at this time.
Are there signs of breaking and entering or any forced entry, anything like that?
I again, don't want to get into that. David, can you see anything here?
At this time, it's like still a very active investigation.
Hey, thanks, Karen. Hey, thanks for all the Timothy Cecil Wave members.
There were circumstances on scene that we believe are suspicious in nature, I think is the best way to put it, but we can't really get into a whole lot of details with that.
Do you believe that this was targeted, or they just happened to hit Savannah Guthrie's mom, or if this was just random?
We don't know that. We look at all of that, but we just don't know that.
Do they have cameras at the home?
They do, and we're looking through some of that.
Okay, so let's see. When he said you have cameras,
we don't know that. We look at all of that, but we just don't know that.
Do they have cameras at the home?
He said you have cameras in the home.
They do, and we're looking through some of that.
Okay, so is it that he just didn't, there's cameras at the house. That's kind of what he thought he was saying. Do you think he really was answering, do they have cameras in the home? Yes, they do, and we're looking at, that would imply there's multiple cameras inside, and I don't think that's the case. I think there's 3 outdoor cameras. There may be one in the home, but she said, the question wasn't at the home, though.
Or if this was just random.
We don't know that. We look at all of that, but we just don't know that.
Do they have cameras at the home?
So he says in the home. So the guy asked the question, do they have cameras in the home? And he's, he probably just meant like, was there cameras at the house?
They do, and we're looking through some of that. Yeah.
With this being an active crime scene, is there any threat to the general public?
I'm trying to figure out my phone. Well, no, I don't think there's an active threat, but I hate to say.
That's what I just said, Timothy. Yeah, same thing. Well, it's wrong. It says in. I got headsets on.
Say that because, we're going to canvass that neighborhood. And
I know, it's just at the house, but the reporter said in the home.
Maybe there's a prowler been seen around. There's a lot of work still to do. We don't have any indication that that the public is in danger.
And what does that search look like today beyond what you've already told us about last night?
So we have shut down our search and rescue mission, and we've sent them home to rest. They were out all night. We put all our air assets into this, our drone systems, our aircraft, our helicopters, heat sensors, infrared, everything we've thrown at this.
Well, so if that's true, this is in the daytime on the 2nd. Wait, which one is this? Hold on. Yeah, this is the daytime on the 2nd. So they must have had then drone, the night vision stuff out the night before. I thought people were saying that they didn't do that. Yeah, maybe they should go through the tips again.
They're going to step aside. We'll call them out again if we need to do more searching. But right now, we don't see this as a search mission as much as we do a crime scene.
Sheriff, can you tell us a little bit about that map?
That is, and David probably can better answer it than I, but that is our search patterns, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So with all the assets that we deployed yesterday with the search and rescue teams.
See, look, they searched all these areas here. So obviously she's not around.
The map that's on the screen.
I mean, she wasn't laying on the ground somewhere.
Screen is basically tracks that were followed. Those are all the colored lines are all ground tracks of different teams and different.
Yeah, but just recently he said he thought the public was in danger, so he kind of changed that.
assets that were used on the ground to include the canines, the volunteers, and our own search and rescue team. The circles are going to be representative, if not necessarily perfect, of our air circulation with both our helicopter and our fixed-wing aircraft at night, working with the night time.
Let's take a look at that. Hold on. East Troyer. Where the hell's that? Is that not Troyer? What the hell was that? It does say that. Stevens. Jeez. I don't know. These road names, they don't seem to match what. I'll just do it another time.
Swing aircraft at night, working with the night time cameras. So difficult to see where the house is. This house is basically pretty close to center in that, and then all of the searching that went on throughout the day with those folks out there on the ground.
What this really helps with is our search teams, when they come back and reassess, maybe they've missed an area, we can look at it and say, hey, you know what, this area could use a little more coverage, and so they concentrate again. Our search and rescue team is top notch. They're out every single day. If it's not a lost.
Come back and win that damn tournament, man. You're probably not far behind.
Person, it's a hiker, it's somebody who's wandered away from a care home, whatever it may be. I want to stress to you, and it is really important, Miss Guthrie, Nancy Guthrie, is of great sound mind. This is not a dementia related. She is as sharp as a tack. The family wants everybody to know this isn't somebody who just wandered off. Her physical.
Yeah, so even in the first press conference, he was making it clear that she was abducted from the home. They just, and I don't even think they know even currently. I think they theorize why she was abducted, but they still don't know the exact reason. I think she was abducted for ransom that went wrong.
Bits are based on just age, and we get old, and so it's more physical. But clearly, she is as sharp as a tack.
Do you have her cell phone, and does that present any tracking potential?
We're looking at that as we speak.
But if you have it,
What are you talking about, Sandy? What do you mean, poor Tiger? Who said Tiger died? He just... Nobody died.
We do have it.
Can you give us a little bit more of a timeline? Because you said she didn't leave on her own.
Why was that? Is that a new account there, Lisa?
She was last seen at 9:45. She wasn't reported missing until noon. But
I believe what happened there was at 9:45 in the evening, her children left her off.
Yeah, he got arrested. Yeah. He didn't even get hurt. He just...
Sometime earlier that morning, they got a call from somebody at the church who said, hey, your mom's not here. The family went to the house. I'm thinking they spent some time looking for her themselves before they called us. So I'm guessing maybe they got there around 11. So they did some searching and realized we need some help, and they called 911.
Do you have any idea what time Nancy would have been taken from the home?
There's a lot of things working there, and I just can't say that right now.
Has Savannah Guthrie, has she had any threats to herself at all?
We've spoken to her. We'll continue to work with that. She has a security team that's been in touch with us throughout the night, but we're not we're not going to dismiss any angles for sure, but right now, immediately, we don't know of anything like that.
Is she in town or on the way here?
She's here.
Can you give us any more? What should somebody be looking for? Because when I was out in the neighborhood, the neighbors are obviously incredibly concerned. But is there anything?
All right, I think if we get 1.5 more challenges, I'll be able to donate my 5 memberships. So let's see if we can do that.
A tip? I mean, one neighbor stopped me and he didn't know if he should call you or not. And so
Oh my goodness!
But so what should somebody be looking for?
Well, first of all, I'd ask them, go through their cameras. Go through their Ring cameras, whatever cameras they may have. Don't dismiss it that, oh, well, we really can't see the house. They still might see something. Maybe it's somebody walking by. Maybe it's a vehicle driving by at that time of day. But go through all your cameras in that neighborhood and tell us if you see something. Maybe somebody already, we know this happens, right? Oh, I saw something suspicious, but I didn't think.
Somebody, a reporter, should go around and pretty much go to every single house and ask, did you did you see or did you give anything to the police from your surveillance camera? And they go, yeah, there was this vehicle that looked like, and then you might be able to get somewhere doing that.
I think it was worth calling in, so I didn't call it in. Well, now it's call in anything you've seen or heard. Maybe it's a neighbor telling you, I saw this or I heard that. Call us. Don't tell the neighbor to call us. Tell the neighbor to call us.
Thank you, Saturn dreaming of Mercury.
Call us, but you call us as well. We'll put it together. We'll get. Trust me. I'm sure we're going to get inundated with a lot of calls. We'll handle that.
Did she live alone?
I believe yes, she did. Yeah.
What's weird is I don't know, one of the names that people came up with a while ago. What was that? Remember there was these names like, what was it, Moosey or something like that showed up. I think that's something that JLR posted from somewhere. I don't know if it's legit, but when I looked, I did a property report for Nancy Guthrie, and that person actually had that place listed as an address. Like she lived there. It seems like they lived there at one point. So I don't know. Maybe there is something to all that.
Were there any caregivers who are normally associated with her?
Well, she has house staff that comes by, takes care of the yard, whatever, in her house and that. But those people we'll be talking with that have talked to some of them already.
But nobody who's like a live-in or anything?
Nobody actually lives with her, no. Like I say, she's of great sound mind, and she is mobile. It's just, it's a challenge for her to get as a
Hear that? He said challenge you guys. Come on, let's do it.
Family says she couldn't walk 50 yards by herself. So
okay, so when people say she couldn't walk 50 yards, this is where I don't like. Just say she wasn't able to walk that long. When you say 50 yards, people start measuring distances on a map and go, wow, so she couldn't have made it here. That's just garbage, man. She probably could walk 200 yards if she had to do it. Maybe 500. We don't know. What they're really saying is she struggles walking. She probably gets out of breath, etc. What do you mean inner guest house? What does that mean?
What else? Somebody asked about the FBI.
I'm sorry.
Somebody asked about the FBI if they're involved.
We, like I said, we work closely with all of our partners, whether they're.
I doubt there's anybody that would refuse to give the FBI or law enforcement their camera. I'd be shocked. I don't believe that. You probably heard that from one of the live streamers.
The IATF, ICE, whoever. We know that they have certain capabilities and certain resources, just as we have certain capabilities and resources. So yes, we'll continue to work with them, and they've offered assistance to us. We accept that assistance, and we offer assistance.
You saying it doesn't make it true, Christian. It just doesn't. You're just a random person. If you sent me a link from a news article that said that, then I would go, okay, cool, you're onto something.
But just last week, the FBI called us to handle a shooting that involved Border Patrol.
You think that's a good question? Jesus.
You need to know that. That's just day-to-day routine work for the law enforcement in Pima County in Tucson. We work very closely with our partners.
With the amount of time that's gone by, how wide do you cast in the net? Statewide, national?
Well, yes, national for sure. Right. I'm hoping the national media's picked up on this.
Why would anybody admit on camera that they didn't help try to solve where somebody is?
We've gotten a lot of reports, but statewide as well, with Amber Alert.
What's on several cameras? What are you talking about?
Things like that. All of those things we use. Every tool we have, we will use.
Very good.
All right, you guys are having one of those massive lulls again. So if you guys are out there and you can help support the channel, we need to have like one more challenge that somebody could do. And then after that, we'd probably be around the number where I could donate my 5 memberships, and then we'll be donating a lot of memberships again.
You guys are too easy. Thank you so much. I apologize for being late. I apologize for my political rhetoric of the Board of Supervisors or the City Council. I just get so frustrated, and you know, we just can't do this job without their support. We don't need...
Yeah, but the people you normally vote for, Sheriff, are the ones that like to get rid of stuff like that.
Political statements from the dais and mumbo jumbo. We need them to listen to their law enforcement leaders and really pay attention to the fact that
I'm out of here. It's true, though. Why don't you send me a link so I can look at it? All right, thanks.
Understand that there's a great potential for abuses in today's world with the technology that's available to us. But you have to, at some point in time, have some faith and trust in your leadership in the law enforcement community to know and understand that we too were elected here to provide a service to our community. I can't think of a community in this planet that wouldn't tell you, number one is public safety. Everybody just wants to be able to know that they can go outside and enjoy.
Where does it say that? What are you looking at, Timothy? I don't see that.
Enjoy their community and come home and be safe at night in their rooms, asleep in bed. And this lady wasn't able to accomplish that. That's a sad statement. We need her back. We need to find her. And time is very critical. She is 84. She needs her meds.
What are you talking about, Timothy?
Her family needs her too. Thank you so much for being here.
Does it have David say his first and last name and spelling?
Oh, sure. My name is Sergeant David, common spelling D-A-V-I-D, Stivers, S-T-I-V as in Victor, E-R-S.
What's your title?
Sergeant.
Sorry.
It's just a troll.
Thank you, guys. And if we
I can't see the comment that you guys, even if I go up there, I see where the person was hidden. But
get more as things develop, we'll call you.
But why type it in again, though, Timothy? So you're basically typed in what a troll typed that we removed, and then you typed it in again. That doesn't make any sense.
Are you back? I hope I talked loud.
Thank you, Sheriff.
All right, then I think later in the day interview with this guy
and her family, and we're all hoping for a happy ending here. We know Nancy has limited mobility. Is it physically possible for her to have left the home on her own, or are you operating entirely on the premise that she was moved by someone else or abducted?
Yeah, you know, from what the family's told us and everything we've learned, she could not walk out of that home 50 yards. No, we believe she was taken out of the home against her will, and that's how this investigation...
Yeah, I explained the whole thing. My Reddit account was hacked because I was an idiot and only had... I didn't have on... the two-factor authentication, and then I also had a password that was compromised a long time ago, and I forgot. I didn't even think. I never use Reddit. I don't log on to Reddit. I don't do so somebody got on there and tried to make it. That's why they were, it's just an obvious thing that they were doing. They posted a whole bunch of stuff on the videos knowing that they had access to it. And then they were going to share, oh, look, he liked a comment on this website that he shouldn't be on, you know. It's just, these people are nuts, okay? Those are the types of people I've been dealing with for a very long time on YouTube. They are sick people, and not even just YouTube, social media, all right? All right, so it's been happening for days and days and days and days.
Investigation is moving.
Are you proceeding forward saying now this is...
I don't even know if you call it hacking. It's more just, it was easy. You know, it's like if somebody just had access to, there's sites out there that show you passwords that were compromised for specific sites. You know, once they got that, they could just test it out, and there it went.
Clearly an abduction case?
You know, we don't want to rule out anything. We came into this.
Right.
We
The
get
data breach
hundreds
was-
of these calls every day. Our search and rescue teams are out there every day. The beautiful mountains draw all the hikers you can imagine. We have a great retirement community here. Sometimes people walk away. That is not the case here. We believe.
But hey, guys, any chance you guys can help support the channel? We've just hit this massive lull, and we were doing so well. We're getting near the portion where I can donate the 5. So we got to have, that's when we have a decent night. So if you guys can help support the channel with gifted membership, super chats, whatever the hell it is, we got our donation night coming up here in just 3 days now.
Strongly that just based on what we see at the home, something happened here. We're pursuing it from both sides.
I don't know. You know, I'm just sort of over everybody just trashing. I mean, he isn't the greatest in the world. It just doesn't do us any good just talking about the sheriff over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. It's meaningless. Just listen to what he's saying and see if you can find something in there of what he's saying.
Both sides, we're never going to give up on the search and rescue aspect, but we can't ignore what's in front of us when it comes to the evidence we see, and so we also are taking a criminal investigative approach to this as well.
What would you say to someone who, if they're holding Nancy Guthrie right now, what's your message to them?
It's not just my message, it's the community's message, it is the family's message. Just call us, let her go.
Well, thanks, Saturn Dreaming of Mercury.
Just call us. Very kind.
The
family would tell you. There's no questions asked here.
Got to turn those into challenges. We could double them up.
If she's
we can make it
live right now. Her meds are vital. I can't stress that enough.
But thank you, and welcome to the 5 new members that just popped in. Lost Vikings, Lotus, Perfectly Me, Moto, and Kimberly. Those are all gifted to you by Saturn Dreaming of Mercury. He's gifted quite a few.
You know, it's been better than 24 hours, and the family tells us if she doesn't have those meds, it can become fatal. And this is just a really it's sad for our community. I know it's sad for your team, but it's sad for our community too. Savannah is family to us. She's a big part of this community. Her family is devastated, the entire family. And this just doesn't happen in Tucson. You don't see someone at 84 years of age go home, go to bed, and in the middle of the night just...
I don't know, but you have to make yourself available for gifting. It's okay. Hey, Saturn, I appreciate just you supporting the channel. I appreciate it.
Just disappear from her own home, from her own bed. That's not who we are.
I've been in Tucson.
We just want her back.
Yeah, I've been in Tucson.
It sucks too because I deleted the. I wasn't sure on the account that I had on Reddit that they were doing that with. It sucks because I went in and I put two-party, the two-factor authentication in and changed the password. But then I thought, I'm just going to delete this thing because they probably associated it with all these other places or something. But then later I looked up and I could have actually seen and it's still there. You have to get the lawyer or a FBI who I'm talking to. They can get the IP address of who logged in. And it just sucks. I was like, I didn't realize that, you know, in the settings, if you go to a certain, under security, you can see where it was logged in at. And I was like, oh man, I could have had it. But I didn't. I just was like, screw this.
Times for work and for vacation. I know it's a city and then you're surrounded by mountains and desert. Talk to me about the search operation just to make sure you guys were clear that she had not left and she was not.
Hey, Betty, you're way overboard. You're almost being, what do you call it? Like virtue signaling. Like you're just so, the sheriff, the sheriff, I can't breathe. He's so, he's so bad. How do we get through this? How do we get through the case? You know, the FBI is working on it, okay? They're there. They're doing stuff.
Lost.
Yeah, well, you know, the call comes in to me. I get them, like I say, quite often. And usually we don't send our homicide team out on these unless there's a body found. And knock on wood, what this one was when I got the advisory that this 84-year-old lady was missing from her residence, there was something else there that didn't click. And I don't want to get into all those details, but I clearly knew something's not right here, and we immediately...
I'm just teasing you. It's not really virtue signaling. I'm just goofing around. But I'm just saying, come on, just don't worry about this guy. He sucked, okay? He isn't very good, but what does it do for us now? I guess is what I'm trying to say. All right? You know, it's not, you know, I know you're not virtue signaling. You're frustrated like so many other people, but I think a lot of people are really frustrated and upset because so many YouTubers and media types have spent so much of their reporting time because they have nothing to talk about that they go over every single thing that this guy said and blah, 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 blah. And while he isn't good, it's like, I think sometimes it's overboard in the negative side. Because I've seen times where the media put out false information about what happened. We went over that on the show one time. He didn't say certain things. He isn't great, but it's funny how we're all just... That's all people want to watch sometimes, is just the, like, how can we make him look even worse today? How can we hate him more today? And I want to know this. How does talking about this guy and how shitty he is help anything at all in terms of figuring out what happened in the case?
Immediately started this in two
Unless
separate...
you're one of the ones that think he's involved somehow, you know.
Avenues. One, the search and rescue mission. Our search and rescue teams, our helicopters, our airplanes, our drone, everything we threw at this, all our air assets, those men and women on the ground, our volunteers, hundreds of people out looking for her.
No, it wasn't.
Then
Phoenix
we
Rising.
also
It
took
wasn't.
the other approach, and that's...
The very first press conference he did, there's no way that you thought, oh my God, this is a bumbling fool.
We contact our criminal investigation team, homicide specifically, and get them to look at the evidence that's in front of us that's concerning to us. And so we've taken it in both ways. We're still not giving up hope. We still hope we can find her alive and safe. But it would be very bad for us to just ignore what we see in front of us and not proceed in a criminal investigation as well.
This is clearly a high-profile case because of Savannah and her family. How many tips have come in since this has gone public?
So you guys don't even want to listen to these because you guys hate him so much that it's not worth it. I mean, I don't know. I like trying to listen again and figure out what's happening. You know, like what did they know, and then what does it mean in terms of what we know now?
This is a high-profile case because it's a community member
What do you
who's
think, Betty
come
Black?
up missing in the middle of the night. Savannah is dear to us as well, but
yeah, it's become a pastime. That's what people want to talk about, is how shitty he was. And like, oh my God, look at that. I know that it was absolutely idiotic that he gave the crime scene back like a day later. It's idiotic, it seems like, that they didn't take that little carpet in front of the door there, the doormat. And, you know, just all kinds of little things like that. But I'm just trying to figure out, like, we can spend all show going over. Like, there's shows that literally spend their whole show going over how crappy he is. What does that do for anybody? Honestly, how does that, what does that do in terms of helping, just trying to put the case together in people's minds?
Your team, the media, my local media as well, has done a tremendous job in alerting our community. We're getting tips by the hundreds. That's why we came to you.
What are you talking about? There's 2 doors in the back of the house. I've gone over this so many times now, Look, I'll show you where the doors are, all right? So just pay attention so you don't have to ask again. Now, what am I looking at? Hey, whoa! Phyllis Watson is doing a 5 for 5 challenge. So look at that. We got 1 already right out of the gate. All right. There's a door right in the front of the house right here where that camera was that filmed the guy with the balaclava. You got it? All right. Then there's a door inside the garage right here, basically where my mouse is, that goes inside the house. Then there's a door right here that goes into a storage unit and does not go into the house at all. It's just a storage unit there. Then there's a door right on the inside of this awning over, well, it's actually right here. See where I'm pointing? A door that goes into the kitchen area. Then there's a door right here that goes into the family room. And really and then there's a slider door right here and a slider door right there. And that's it. So the 2 doors, the door that was left wide open or propped open, or she said doors. So if there are 2 doors, it's going to be this one and this one. These 2 back here. There's one right there and there's one right over there. I think Betty left. I'm just saying, man. It's just like we can't even just play something. I always feel bad playing these press conferences and whatnot because there's so much hate that nobody's even listening to what's being said anymore. Hey, we got Saturn dreaming of Mercury, and then Ilrahim, or Ilrahim, maybe something like that.
We know this community. We know that every time we come and ask Tucson for help, our citizens stand up. They support us.
Oh, Jesus, the bite light thing again. Oh, boy.
And they give us what we ask. We're asking again. We need their help. Don't be dismissive on anything. You see something, hear something. So many times we hear, we're suspicious, but we didn't want to call you. Call us.
Is that what you're saying? It's Al-Rahim? Oh, I see. Isle, like Al-Rahim.
Let us be the ones to decide what that piece of evidence or what that situation is, whether it needs to be dismissed or further work.
We know the family dropped off Nancy about 9:45 Saturday evening, and the alarm was raised when she missed church the next morning. Have detectives been able to narrow down that window?
We're working on that as we speak. Today's events for the detectives have been to go back out, look through the neighborhood for any kind of ring cameras, talk to people, see what we can find out. The home itself had some cameras. We're hoping to pull that down and get some imagery there that might further...
Is Betty Black still here? I think when I said I did the virtue signaling thing, I'm just goofing around, man. I don't really give a shit.
Help us with this. But right
serious.
now, it's just a lot of legwork and a lot of download of information, digital information that we hope will lead us.
Well, how do you pronounce I-L-S-E? I don't know how to pronounce that.
To what happened there.
You mentioned the scene was concerning and suspicious. What led you to call homicide detectives so quickly?
Yeah, I just really can't get into that. I know everybody wants to know all the details. I understand that. I wish I could share them with you, but we do have an obligation to preserve our investigative efforts. There's things that home that only the intruder would know, and so we need to kind of keep that protected.
And we respect that and we understand that. Do you have any reason to believe this was targeted?
Again, we would never rule that out, but we...
Thank you, Allie Cake. Saturn and Isle? How do you pronounce Isle? Elise, maybe? Elise? Yeah, maybe.
Worked with Savannah and her family, the FBI, the law enforcement in this community.
I'm not edgy at all. I'm just frustrated. Like, I just want to play these and have people listen to what's being said instead of spending the whole show trashing him again for these other things and whatnot. It's just irrelevant. This is all we have from law enforcement early on.
It is so great. We work as a regional effort. There's 11 different agencies in this valley. I am blessed to be able to have a team of law enforcement officers, not just from the Sheriff's Department, but all over, federal, state, local, who reach out to me. Last night, yesterday morning, today, all of them called. What can we do for you? We all have possessed different skill sets and different pieces of equipment that we share in resources. It is a real community effort, and we continue in that fashion.
Is this an unusual case for your community?
Yes,
Thank you, Tracy Von Brock.
Yeah, absolutely. We get people who walk away from their homes. We get missing people in the mountains hiking and in the desert trails. But I can't think of the last time where in the middle of the night in someone's bed, an 84-year-old woman disappeared on us. That's a challenge for us, and it's something. We just want her back.
Yeah, we all do. We all do, Sheriff.
Wow, he's teary-eyed right there.
I know you've been in contact.
What a poser, man. He's got that show. He's got to
contact with Savannah, who we know is in Tucson. What is your message to her and the Guthrie family and all the viewers who care so much about Savannah?
We're not going to give up. We'll get this. I'm blessed. I have a team that is. Look, they'll solve.
Let's see. Look at it this way. It bugs you to have to listen to them bitch about him, and two, they vent to let out same thing. I don't know what that means. That you didn't say. What do you mean the same thing as what? Oh, frustration. Everyone's happy this way. All right. Okay, you guys, go ahead. Trash away, man. Trash away. Who gives a crap, huh? Maybe we get something out of this.
Solve this. I know they will.
Sheriff, we thank you for your time. I know you're busy, and I'm going to be praying that you find Nancy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app.
I wonder what had him upset right there. Hey, we need one more gifted membership up there. Then I'll donate 5 myself.
Or watch live on our YouTube channel.
I know you confirmed that you believe whoever this person was took
This is on the second also.
Nancy Guthrie from her bedroom, but I don't believe you said there was signs of forced entry earlier today. So
yeah, I won't. Again, I won't go into that. I think people have asked, is there signs of a struggle or those? I just can't get into that right now.
do you know where the person or people may have entered the home? Was it the front door? Was it the back? Was it a window? Is there any sort of evidence that may show where that is if she was in her bedroom?
Is everybody going to get that last one? We have a challenge up there by Phyllis Watson. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more. Get the memo. Oh, look at there. We still don't know how to pronounce your name, but thank you. All right. Well, there you go. We did it finally.
I just can't get into that. We believe we know the way in and out of that home, but I don't want to get into it.
And is that just based on something that either was open or a certain path you were able to trace outside into the inside?
I think it's based on the condition of the home as we found it.
Yeah, so basically just, the condition of the home as they found it, that's why they think she was taken. All right, so I guess what we'll have is a running, you guys are whenever I do my challenges, but I'll donate 5 if we get 5. All right, and then we'll have made it to the. Let's see, what are we at here? Ah, hell, I'll just do it. I think we reached the number where I can donate my 5. There we go, right there. Well, he doesn't want to say. Let's see. Let me listen to that again.
Earlier today. So
yeah, I won't. Again, I won't go into that. I think people have asked, is there signs of a struggle or those? I just can't get into that right now.
do you know where the person or people may have entered the home? Was it the front door? Was it the back? Was it a window? Is there any sort of evidence that may show where that is? If
Thank you, Phyllis Watson, for doing that. And then thank you again there for Saturn Dream and Mercury. And
she was in her bedroom?
Again, I just can't get into that. We believe we know the way in and out of that home, but I don't want to get into it.
And is that just based on something that either was open or a certain path you were able to trace outside into the inside?
I think it's
yeah, so he was sort of agreeing with that, but then he...
based on the condition of the home as we found it.
Right, so yes, is what he was saying to that. Thinking about the Bible, it's not something you would just decide to use. Use it because you're comfortable. Maybe, or you just want to be cool, you know.
Good morning. I don't know that everybody knows who's here. Of course, I'm Sheriff Chris Nanos. John Edwards is the Tucson chief here for the FBI, and he'll have some words for you as well. This is really, for me, pretty new, all the media attention. So I apologize to you for sometimes I'm speaking in generalities, and I'm not used to.
Yeah, like I said before, this guy, it's just way over his head, this level. You know, like I said before, he's probably somebody that became a sheriff in this area, just like, it's going to be kind of easy, just, play golf, go to the gym, whatever. But then there's this huge case that happens that is like 1,000 times bigger than anything that they'd ever had in the area. And he just isn't really smooth enough to deal with it, nor, seem kind of territorial about it, etc. Right? I mean, that's really the thing. But it's like when we sit around and we talk about him, spend, all that time, I'm just trying to figure out, like, where do we get to after that?
Used to everybody hanging on to my words and then trying to hold me accountable for what I say, but I understand. So we're going to try our best to be succinct with you in the future, and also more important for you to understand is we have a lot of work in front of us. We have a job to do, and we have someone's life who is in jeopardy, and so job number one is we got to find her, and we got to work hard to do that. I understand there's great attention on this, and rightfully so, and I appreciate it, and I thank you for it, because it has generated a lot of leads for us. And so we're tracking those leads, and we're doing things with evidence that you would expect us to be doing. So having said that, we're going to set this up. I know that a number of you yesterday, you guys drove me crazy. Yesterday I was going from a.m. to all the way till 9, 10, 11 midnight answering concerns and questions, and it's just too tough. And it's not fair to the case. So what I'm going to tell you is today we're going to do this similar to what we're doing right now. Here we'll take questions. It's not really my briefing, it's your briefing. You'll be able to ask us some questions. We'll probably shut you off after a while because I just can't be here all day. We have work to do. But we'll take some questions, and then in a couple of days, unless something breaks, we'll do this every couple of days. So, and we'll set up with you through our PIO teams to give you anything that comes up that might change, but clearly they will notify you on these, what I call media briefings. So with that, I'm going to ask John to come up. If you've got a statement to say, John, and then we'll take some questions and we'll get back to work.
Hello, I'm John Edwards. My spelling is Jonedwards. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the FBI's office here in Tucson. First, we want the community to know that...
All right, hold on. I got a message from somebody that said, "Hey, Graves, so-and-so. I called in about a week ago on your show. I'm watching now. One thing that occurs to me about the case, do you really think a lady that can just barely occasionally make it to the mailbox and back would be able to be dropped off at the garage door up at 948 and then the door goes down at night?" Yes. Yes, I mean, that's no way. It's not even close to the same thing. It's like you leaving the house, walking down, the mailbox is over here. If you're pulled up to here, likely they even walked her to her door in the garage, and then you just make it around. She moves around in her house all day long. Okay? This whole thing, that's what I'm telling everybody. You guys are way overboard on this thing about she can't walk very far and this kind of thing. It's crazy. It's pure lunacy. All right? Anyways, let me go back to this.
The FBI is doing everything in our power to bring Nancy Guthrie home to her family. The FBI is working alongside the Pima County Sheriff's Department on this incident. In terms of what the FBI is doing, we are providing the following support. Primarily, it's analytical and technical support in the following ways. We're downloading and analyzing cell phones, obtaining cell tower information, conducting interviews, and providing any and all investigative support that the Sheriff's Department needs. We are looking at this from every angle, but we need your help. If you live in the area or saw something on Saturday night, the 31st of January, or Sunday morning, the 1st of February, please report it to the Pima County Sheriff's Department or the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. Every lead and tip is important. We are aggressively pursuing and looking into every single one. Again, please help us bring Nancy Guthrie home. Thank you. We'll take some questions.
Sheriff, is there any indication so far as to whether this was a random abduction or targeted?
It's like I said earlier, we're looking at all the leads, and we don't know. We're going to assume both sides of that. We'll look at both sides of that.
Sheriff, any idea what Nancy Guthrie was wearing, or the type of car that she might have left from, or any identifiable information that the public could use to help with those tips?
We do not.
Sheriff, do you believe that one or more than one person was involved in the kidnapping?
I just no clue. It could have been one. It could have been more. I don't know. Let me get.
Is there any indication that Nancy Guthrie is still alive? We know the medication played a critical role here. It's been 48 hours. She needs it every single day. Are you looking for someone that is still alive?
We hope we are. We hope we are.
Sheriff said earlier that you don't believe there's a wider threat to the public. If you're not sure if it's targeted, why do you believe there's no wider threat to the public?
Well, we have crime in Tucson all the time, right? Like any city. And so when you say a threat to the public, is there somebody out there who's kidnapping elderly people in the middle of the night every night? We've not heard that. We don't believe that's the case. We do believe that Nancy was taken from her home against her will, and that's where we're at.
Sheriff, when you reference violence at the site, can you elaborate on that? And also, was there a sign of forced entry, any valuables taken, any bank or ATM cards used after her disappearance?
We're not getting into that. What I'd tell you is, like any crime scene, we processed this crime scene. We gathered all the evidence we could, to include looking for what? Fingerprints, DNA, camera images, everything you can imagine. and we gathered that out. Those things have been submitted forward to labs, to technological companies to help us, and we're like you. We're waiting for those returns to come back.
Did you find DNA that did not belong in that house?
The window of time from when she was last seen to when she was reported missing, and I know you guys are asking for help from the public, is there any way to narrow down what time you might be helpful? I know there was a report about a pacemaker dinging like around 2 o'clock in the morning. Is there any way to indicate to people, hey, look around 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. to help them identify what might happen?
You know, I really don't.
What do you mean the plot thickens? What does that mean? I don't get it. You haven't made one comment, but then all of a sudden the plot thickens.
Want to get into narrowing down the time, because narrowing it down means we could miss some tips and leads. We're working on with the data we've submitted for investigative analysis. We're working to see if that time can be tightened up. But for now, we're going with what we told you earlier. She was dropped off at 9:30, and she was found to be missing at about 11 o'clock Sunday morning.
Which it wasn't that. And as a matter of fact, he said that they called 911 around noon on the first day, the first night. So he just didn't have the precise time. It was in the 11 o'clock hour, but it was 11:56.
Let me get this one.
DNA of anyone else?
See, people, I tell you one thing that a lot of people in the public tend to do is when they use these rounded times, like they say 2 o'clock or 2, people tend to believe those are precise, and they just never are. They just give you like around this time. Like when somebody says, yeah, 2:20, 2:40, let's see, at 2 or 1:47, the doorbell camera was disconnected. Do you really think it was 1:47 flat? I'm sure it was 1:47 and 37 seconds. I mean, it was something like that. It's not going to be exactly, and you know, I like to have the precise information because it actually matters, that kind of stuff.
Found in the house?
We've submitted all kinds of samples for DNA, and we've gotten some back, but nothing to indicate any suspects.
Anybody strange in the neighborhood? I know you're looking at videos, different surveillance.
The DNA they got back was probably the DNA testing to see if that's Nancy's blood, and it was. That's what they got back.
Camera, anything that we should be looking out?
You
Different
can do rapid tests on stuff like that.
cars.
I have nothing in that regard.
Have any demands been made by kidnappers?
We have all kinds of investigative leads we're working on.
Sheriff, we noticed that the camera on the front of the house is missing. Do you believe the perpetrator purposely took the camera?
Don't know that. We're looking into that as well. Yes, sir.
That scene been fully processed now. We saw deputies leave around 6 o'clock last night. We didn't see tape go up. You know, an Amazon driver was able to walk right up to the door. Is that pretty standard for how you handle this?
The scene is done. We're done with the residents. If we need to go back to get, maybe we want.
Yes, we know. The door opened at 9:48. It opened at 9:48. And you know what? They probably even drove into the garage. You notice how Nancy's car is always over to the right? Yeah, so that makes sense. We've seen that picture. Let me see if I can find that again. I have this person that's sending me look, hey, Gray, here's my version of the floor plan. And it's like my exact thing that I did. They just copied exactly what I did with the outline on Google Earth and then put the door thing and the exact same pictures I'm using and stuff. It's just weird stuff, man. Let's see. Where's that one picture? I was just looking at it. I think it's under, I know where it is. It's under Nancy Guthrie. Yeah, it is. It's just weird. It's like, why not say, hey, Gray, I took what you did and I'm adding to it. Here's what I've got. And I'd go, oh, cool. But they don't do that, so I just have no respect for it at all. Yeah, right there. See? Look where Nancy always parks. So it's possible that you could just pull in here and let her out and then go into that door right there. Or you just pull up here, open the door, and you walk her to the door and you let her in. And then when you're leaving at 9:48, you shut the door. You know? It's just not a big deal.
want to do something with some other piece of evidence there, we contact the family and let them know. But we've turned that over to the family. I don't have the time, but it was sometime yesterday, I believe.
Did you cover any tire tracks or any
No, ma'am.
footprints around the house?
No.
Was there
Sheriff.
any Would you please take us through the timeline that you've established of the events so far and what's this when she killed you?
9:45, 9:30, 9:45, we were told she was left at her home by the family. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the family got notice from somebody at church that she was not at church. They went to the home, found her to be missing. That's the timeline. From Saturday night, 9:45, we'll say, to Sunday morning, 11 o'clock.
Had you been
Let me get somebody back here, please.
Have you interviewed the people that reported her missing, the people from the...
That's the family. Oh, from the church as well. We're doing all kinds of interviews, yes, I'm sure we have.
Have you been able to access the footage from the cameras at the house?
Well, that's all been submitted, and we're doing our best with those companies who own those cameras or built those cameras.
Are there any plans to release those videos from the cameras, from the surveillance? Are there any plans to release the video from the cameras, surveillance footage?
We don't even have them yet, so no, not at this time. This is an active investigation.
There's a report of a suspicious man a few doors down last week. Is that anything that you guys are aware of?
I'm not aware of it. My detectives may be. There's a lot of detective work being done, and I just can't get into those weeds or even discuss with you what they may not have learned. Yes, ma'am.
Report from the board yesterday. Are there specific resources that maybe the board has not granted that would have made a difference responding to this case?
Well, that's getting into my own local politics. I apologize. Yes, the board a few weeks ago denied a request for more cameras, more drones, more AI capabilities with our own body-worn cameras. All those things, you'd have to talk to the board. I'm not probably not the right time to go into this.
Sheriff,
let me get somebody else here.
Sheriff,
Yes.
she's still in
It's kind of a dumb question too, right? Like during this really important press conference, the following, let's see. So this will have been on the 3rd, I think. You're asking about the board and stuff? What a waste of a question.
area.
Do we believe?
Do you believe she's still in this area, or is there somewhere else?
We don't know where she is. So we're you like any investigation. You start from the point of where we last saw her, and we work out, and we're working as far out as we can go.
Sheriff, can you walk through
were there
the evidence
of
found?
forced entry at the house, like any broken windows or whatever? Does it seem like people just went in and out?
There are concerns at the house that concerned us from the early on part of this investigation, and that's all I will tell you. Yes, ma'am.
Sheriff, is there any history with Nancy needing police at her place or concerns where she was worried about somebody following or...
Our investigative team has looked into all of those things, and that has not been brought to my attention. So she may have had something like that, but I'm not aware of it.
What is the extent of collaboration with the federal government? Obviously, FBI is here, CBP. Are there other agencies also involved?
CBP's role in this was in our search and rescue mission, where we constantly use them. They have great dogs too. Our dogs aren't tracking dogs for this. Theirs are, and so they came out and did that. Anybody else, though, that we've asked for help from, whether it's the FBI, I know if we needed help from CBP or DEA or ATF, they would gladly give it. I've heard from leadership from all sorts of agencies, not just at the federal level, but across the state. Every one of them saying, Sheriff,
this is February 3rd, this one.
You need anything, we're here.
Sure. So you obviously said investigators, when they got on scene, they found suspicious circumstances. When the family called originally to report her missing, did they say anything about the state of the home?
I don't know that. I don't know. Hang on.
Well, they probably did when they called 911. They probably said exactly. I guarantee you on the 911 call, Annie probably said something like, "Hey, listen, we just came over to my mother's house. Her name is Nancy Guthrie, and here's the address. And when we went into the house, we saw that the back doors were open, and then we called for her name, and she didn't respond. And then when we went around, we saw that there was blood by the front door and leading outside, too. Is there any way you guys could send an officer out here?" Someone around, I bet you that's how it went. Just like that.
Make sure I'm getting some different people here. Yes, ma'am?
Yeah, so there was blood that was found inside the house and you're testing it for DNA. How much blood and where was it?
I'm not saying there's blood inside that house or outside that house. What
So now he's not saying that there's inside or outside.
I'm saying is our team processed a scene like you would think of any crime scene. We go in and we process it. We look for things like that, blood, DNA, any kind of physical evidence, fingerprints, anything. And all of that is gathered and submitted to a lab. That lab will report back to us what they find. So far, that what we found from that lab is nothing that would tell us this is who did this.
We'll take a couple more questions and then the sheriff's got to go.
Sheriff, can you walk through the evidence that was found at the scene in as much detail as possible?
No, I cannot.
What is the bottleneck to the surveillance footage? I know you said some of it is in the cloud, but you've also been reached out to tech companies that are saying they're cooperating. Why do you not have the surveillance footage on media?
That's what I tell them. How come I don't have this? Where's my evidence? It is a process, and I'm sorry, but you know, we're grateful that there's large corporations and companies who have bent over backwards to help us, to say, hey, Sheriff, tell us what you need. And so, yeah, I can't slam them. And we've asked them. They know the urgency here, but I'm like you. What do you mean I don't know that now? Yeah, it's tough.
Follow up on an answer that you gave earlier. You were asked if there was last question. You were asked if there was any ransom, and you didn't say no. You said we're following all leads. Does that mean a ransom has come in?
We're following all leads we have. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, so that means, because a ransom did come in on the 2nd, the day before this press conference here.
We've got hundreds of leads, and it's from you that produce those leads by telling people we need help, and I'm grateful for that. But I'm not going to get into all that. We have a team designated to deal with all of our leads. They're looking into all of that. We are sharing all of our leads with the FBI.
Now, there's only 2 ways of entries. There's 2 back doors underneath the awning. That's it.
They are helping us in evaluating those leads, how good they are.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Maybe she was already leaving. Maybe she was frustrated listening to this guy and left. I don't know.
Where that priority should be. And so we just, look, I know you guys are doing your job, and you're doing a great job. But we have a job to do too, and I really need to back away from this for a while, and we'll see you, unless something breaks, we'll see you Thursday morning. PIO will give you a time frame, I'm guessing somewhere around 11:30.
This must have been a Tuesday then. That makes sense. Yeah, Monday is the 1st, Tuesday. Wait. I don't know, what day, let's see, Monday, the 31st was Saturday night, right? Then the 1st was Sunday, and then the 2nd, I guess, would have been Monday, and then this is Tuesday in this one, the 3rd, and then 2 days later would be the 5th. Okay. So this is the 5th right here. Here we go.
Good morning.
Yeah, I know. BK, did you just listen to me work through the whole thing out loud? Yeah.
I hope you've been kind of informed of the rules. I'm going to try to get as many, if not all of you, an opportunity to ask a question. But last time we tried this, it was just kind of chaotic, people yelling. So I'd ask that you just kind of be patient with me, pay attention to the questions asked, because sometimes you guys want to ask the same question twice.
This is where he's already frustrated because things aren't going well for him in the public. So now he's talking, you know, you can see the difference, right? You see the difference between, like, even the first press conference, he was a lot mellower than the second one, what you just watched. He was already getting defensive, and then this one, he's just like, that's all he is like defensive.
And you get the same answer, so help yourself get what you can out of this. I'm going to give you one question and a follow-up, okay? But before we get there, I do have some comments. First of all, I want to begin by offering our condolences to our partners at the State Department of Public Safety's tragically lost 2 members last night in a helicopter crash up in northern Arizona. So if you would keep them in your prayers, Colonel Gulliver and his team, I'm sure, would have greatly appreciated it.
I hate helicopters.
Along the same lines, I think you all saw last night, I'm trying to speak up, not yell, 'cause apparently I talk soft.
Yeah, see, like he's got so much criticism that he's even sort of mentioning stuff like that, you know. Hey, you talk too quiet. You do this, you do this. Now he's like struggling because he doesn't know what he's going to say. It's almost like somebody that's been beaten, you know, like the, so much that they don't even know what, you know, they can't act like themselves anymore.
We saw last night the family, you know, they just hurt. Understandably so.
I mean, just listen to that, like right there, watch.
Not yell.
See, this is something somebody had to tell him. Hey, they're complaining about you.
Lines.
I don't think you ever talked too quietly, did you? I could understand everything he said.
I think you all saw last night. I'm trying to speak up, not yell. Apparently,
Look at this guy. I always like watching this guy right here. He's always looking at him like, oh man, what the hell is he going to say this time?
I talk soft. We saw last night the family, you know, they just hurt. Understandably so. And so I really want you to know this entire team here, those behind me, and our community are hurting with you. We really just want Mom back. Okay? Right now, we believe Nancy is still out there. We want her home. Our department, the Sheriff's Department, along with all of our partners at the FBI, have been working around the clock. And we just want her home and find a way to get to the bottom of all of this, just as you do. But I have other partners out there who have stepped up, and you've probably noticed them in the last few days, if not the last few hours, and you're going to see more of that. Well, I made a decision to contact our PCRIT team, and those of you not local, that's our Pima.
I do think when he went to that basketball game, like that weekend, that was a little tone deaf there. That was kind of stupid. You know, you got all these people working really hard, and you're over at a basketball game. That's a, you know, if you went a month in, nobody would care. But you're actually going to a basketball game 5 or 6 days in. That doesn't look good. Right? It doesn't matter how you try to spin that one. Hey, thanks, Maya Lee, or is it My Ali or Maya Lee 80, 1980? Yeah, that's when you were born, right? Let's see. Yeah, I don't know where Benny... Well, Benny could be in there. He's just sort of... The angle of that doesn't work very good. I'll go get Chloe while this is playing, all right? I know that Karen always likes to see.
Regional Critical Incident Team. It's made up of law enforcement officers from this entire valley. Pasquayaki Police Department, Tucson Police Department, Marana Police Department, Oro Valley Police Department, Pima College Police Department, this is Tucson International Police Department, Sarita Police Department. There's so many of them, and they are going to help us tremendously. And that's really done because we have so much in front of us still, and we're hoping that, you know, I know the FBI has committed a very large number of men and women to partner with us, work side by side with us. We go do an interview, they're going to be there with us. We're going to go look at some evidence or process evidence, they're going to be right there with us. We're sharing every piece of information, all the data we can to get this thing solved. And it's important that my partners in law enforcement know and understand their roles, because it is very large, complex investigation with a lot of moving parts. And we're at that phase now where sometimes we're waiting, right? We're waiting for analysis. We're waiting for lab reports. But even then, when they come back quickly, for example, some DNA We rushed what we thought was the best target for DNA. We did a rush through and got some of that back. The results were minimal. I think you all know the blood on the porch. That was one we did. It came back to Nancy. That's what we know. But there's still more items that have been submitted. We just haven't got them back yet. But in the meantime, we're not just sitting on our haunches waiting. We do have a number of leads coming in, and that's why we brought in the FBI for one, but PCRIT as well, to be able to get out there and handle these leads as they come in as quickly and as expeditiously as we can. And every single lead is looked at, every one of them. And so we're gearing up. You probably have some questions about what you've seen in the last couple of days. I'll gladly answer those at that time. But it really is about getting our partners out there. To be fair, when we went to that scene the first night, Saturday night, it was just us. Since then, the FBI and others have asked, can we go and see it as well? And that's what you've been seeing. But it is a very important case to not just me and my team, but this entire community, all of our law enforcement partners. Suspects. I know there's been a lot out there about suspects, and I want to be very clear. At this time, we have not identified a suspect or a person of interest in this case. We are working our best to do that. But to be clear, we have nobody of interest or any suspects that you would consider a prime suspect. We're just not there. We're not there yet. The time.
See, he did mention the blood on the front porch there. Oh, by the way, Chloe and Gracie are getting their teeth brushed right now. So the only one I could bring in was Clancy. Let's see. Hold on. We'll take a little miniature break. Where the heck is it? That's not it. Oh, me. This is what I want to do. He's like licking my hand. He won't quit licking my hand. There he is. Clancy. Clancy's good. He's a good one, man. He's like, when I call him, he comes running. Benny just is scared of people. Yeah, it is kind of like a gremlin. See, there he is. Look. Pretty cute, though, don't you think? They like Karen's toy, little treats, too. All right. And by the way, if you guys, I'm telling you, if you've never had a Chihuahua, the story that I have is with Blue, the Chihuahua that I had before. My wife said, I think, oh, by the way, thank you up there to Susan. Thank you very much. My wife had a coworker that had a Chihuahua that was just sitting at home by itself all day. And then, so she goes, hey, Gray, let's see if we want to take this dog. And I go, what kind is it? She goes, Chihuahua. And I went, oh, jeez, you got to be kidding me. And then, so they came over and the Chihuahua came in and I was just sitting on a couch and he jumped right up into my lap, jumped up there and then put his head right underneath my chin and was looking up at me. And I just said, we'll take him. And he was the best dog I ever had. And then, you know, now we got Clancy here. He seems like a pretty good one. And we got Chloe, and we got Gracie, and we have Benny. All right, there you go. 2 days ago that they ain't got shit. Yeah, we've heard some of that. We'll stay here for a minute. Oh yeah, I'll turn it back on now.
Timeline I think we've got it on the board, do we not? This is a timeline that we have been able to develop with some of the things that we've had processed. Various pieces of electronics that we've gathered. And you look at some of this, and I know you're going to say, well, why did it take you so long to get this to us, Sheriff? Well, because one thing, it's got to go out and be processed at different lab sites, and sometimes that stuff comes back to us, and like you, we have questions. And we say, wait a minute, what is this about? What about this? Could it be that? And so it's sent back, or it's sent somewhere else. So, and that's happening with all of the things we see. That process, that review, and that questioning of, all right, what is it we're looking at? So I'll go over it with you. You can see it on the board there, but at about 5:32 p.m., these are approximate times. 5:32 p.m., Nancy travels to her local family's home for dinner and playing games.
Yeah, so 5:32, she travels over to Annie's home, and they play games, etc. Probably mahjong. They like to play that. But she probably left her house at 5:32, and then got there at 5:42, and not that that matters at all. And then they probably left the house when Tommaso drove her home at like 9:38, because it takes 10 minutes. And then 9:48, the garage door opens.
With the family, just visiting. At 9:48 p.m., which is very consistent to what we were told by the family, that Nancy was dropped off at home.
See, the family probably said right around 9:45, and they know 9:48 because there's got to be some sort of electronics that tell them exactly when the garage door opened and closed, and that's why they have the 11:56 time that they arrived, because they probably opened the garage door again, because that's how they get into the house.
And we know that because we have a garage door open at approximately, I can't stress that enough, at approximately 9:48 p.m. At 9:50 p.m., that garage door closes, because that time we assume that Nancy's home and probably going to bed. Sunday morning, early morning at 1:47 a.m., the doorbell camera disconnects. At 2:12 a.m., software detects a person on a camera, but there's no video of...
Yeah, see, this is really important to get the meaning of what he's saying here.
Software detects...
Let me just go back a little bit again, right there.
He's home.
Hold on, let me hit save up here.
And probably going to bed. Sunday morning, early morning at 1:47 a.m., the doorbell camera disconnects.
So when it says the doorbell camera disconnects at 1:47, that means that camera is completely out of play at that point. And there's no more references to the camera when he says at 1:47 the doorbell camera disconnects. If it connected again, they would have said that in there. They would have went, and then the doorbell camera reconnects again over it. They didn't do that. At 1:47, it disconnects and it's no longer in play.
At 2:12 a.m., software detects a person on a camera.
Now he says, at 2:12 a.m., software detects a person on a camera. A camera, not the doorbell camera. It's a different camera. I can't tell you any times people try to tell you that it was and that's what TMZ tried to get you to believe and all this kind of stuff. We know, BK ass. We all know. We've been saying that. We just said that. It's the doorbell camera, the front doorbell camera. Do I need to say front? Yeah, so we've got the front camera at 1:47. It disconnects from the network. Then at 2:12, a camera, not the doorbell camera. You notice that? It's a different camera. So that means that it's a different camera. And then I think what you'll hear when the questioning happens is that he basically admits that it's an outdoor camera. And that would then signify to me that that's around the time the person actually entered the home.
But there's no video available. they had no subscription, and therefore it would rewrite itself. It just kind of loops, right, and covers up. That's what our analysis teams have told us. We're not done with that. We'll do all we can, but that's what it says. So it detects a person on camera. Could that be an animal? I imagine that's possible. We don't know that. We just have no video. But we're not giving up on that.
But no. June.
228. Nancy's pacemaker app shows that it was a disconnect from the phone.
Now, so her pacemaker app shows it's a disconnect from her phone. So that probably means like her phone and the sort of the unit that's in the home and her pacemaker all kind of are in sync. And that means she was at least 10 feet or more away from the machine inside the home for it to stop communicating with it. So she could actually still be in the house at 2:28 when that happened. And they literally could have gone out the front door at like 2:32 or, you know, we don't know the exact time. But at 2:28, her, you know, but you would think that you would get a sort of a slight connection or something inside the home, but, you know, maybe they didn't. And well, they didn't. So it just means that her pacemaker never connected again. After 2:28, it disconnected. So it kept getting further and further and further away from the base. That's a way to look at it.
And at 11:56 a.m., the family checks on Nancy, discovers her missing, and at 12:03 p.m., 911 is called in to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. I believe it's about approximately 10 minutes later, 12 minutes later, our patrol teams arrive. They see the scene, and we start our response with our search and rescue teams and our detectives from homicide and various units. In fact, every unit here, I think somebody questioned, how come there's an ICAC member out here, or this member? Everybody in our criminal investigations team is a part of this team and part of this investigative effort.
Welcome, Susan.
I think with that, let me make sure. I want to clarify some things that I may have already done, but yeah, I've gone over with the blood at the front door, the doorbell camera. It was removed, we know that, but we're not confirming that any cameras were smashed or destroyed around the house. I don't know where that came from, but that's something we're not confirming.
Right, and so I think that means that they weren't. What they have is a missing camera from the front of the house that was disconnected at 1:47 and never connected again. And then all the other cameras are intact, you know? They're there. The only reason that this person moved the front camera, as I've said now literally 1,000 times, is because they were going to be parking a car right in front of the house. So if you just look at this picture right here, they were going to be parking a car right back here, which would be absolutely identifiable in the yard right there, or in the driveway. They'd be able to tell you what make and model it was. So they didn't want that. So the person removed the camera, and other than that, they didn't mind being on camera. Just like there's two other cameras. Now, they might not have noticed the other two cameras, but at the same time, that's the only reason they removed this camera, was for that purpose. All right, awesome. Very cool, very cool.
The car. The car that was at the home, it's just standard investigative practices. It's part of the search warrant scene, court orders. We pull it out of there and do our scene process.
So he must be talking about Nancy's car at this point.
Scene with the vehicle. Uber. We did speak to a driver because Nancy, we learned, had been taken the Uber to the family residence, the daughter, for dinner. And we located that.
Yeah, somebody early on had a pretty decent theory on that, just thinking about something like, you know, maybe the Uber was Like, what if the Uber driver was in cahoots with somebody else, and they know when somebody... I mean, what a crazy... that seems like something that's probably done out there. So when you took her out, I mean, that person would know that it's this old lady living by herself. But, you know, it wasn't like, hey, go rob the place because she's gone, because they didn't come till later. You know, so the person that had the theory thought, well, maybe she said that she was going to be staying over at Tommaso's home, so they thought it was going to be empty. But I don't believe in the robbery went wrong at all, so I don't believe in that theory. I'm just throwing it out there because somebody mentioned that. I think it's, in this case, I've been saying this since like the 4th or 5th, or especially once the video came out. I think that was I don't remember when that date was, like around the 7th or 8th or something. Maybe even a little bit later than that. I've said that the person on the video went there to abduct Nancy Guthrie, and the reason they removed the camera was they were going to be parking their car there because they were going to be taking Nancy Guthrie out of the house, putting her into the car, and then driving away. Okay? That's it. And now the reason for doing that, we don't know yet. But I am almost certain that that's exactly what was going on. That they went there and they were intentionally going to remove Nancy Guthrie from the start, because at 1:47 that camera was removed, knowing that they're going to be moving a car up and parking it there to put her in 40-something minutes later.
Driver and spoke with them and got that information. The house. You guys got this, I think. Conducting follow-up.
Right there.
I think you said somebody had mentioned that they saw a team out there again last night or yesterday, and that's just, again, what I was talking about before. Our partners wanted a chance to see it and examine things themselves, and more importantly, it's just we're constantly following up on things and go, hey, what about this? So we want to go back and check on some things. Here's the other thing. Someone had mentioned there was forced entry. I have no clue where that comes from. We have been very consistent. We are not discussing that at all. Whether it's forced entry or not forced entry, that is something we're just not discussing. So I don't know where any...
No, it doesn't mean that they knew that she couldn't walk. What makes you say a sentence like that? So they must have known she couldn't walk. Why? I mean, what did I just say that made you think that? So they must have known she couldn't walk. She could walk. In fact, she was walked out to the car. That's my opinion. I think this whole thing about Fireman Carey is ludicrous and, you know, not ludicrous, but just isn't going to be true. And then the thing about the burrito doesn't make sense either, because the person on the back of the burrito would be stepping all over Nancy Guthrie's blood, and that didn't happen. All right? Awesome. I'm not upset. That's just the way I talk, man. See, some people, like, if you're new here, I just sound like that. I'm just talking. You say they must have known she couldn't walk. Well, that's not true, okay? A gun gets people to do whatever the hell you want them to.
Anybody got that information? I think I am...
Yeah, I mean, it's possible they knew that she wasn't very mobile, but, you know, it doesn't change anything. People are way too caught up on she could only walk 50 feet.
About done with my piece of this.
No, there's a lot of stuff that's true. Bro.
I'm going to bring up here Heath Yankee, and I think you know him if you haven't been here. John Edwards is the assistant agent in charge with the FBI here at the Tucson office. Heath Yankee is the special agent in charge for the state of Arizona out of...
I had a couple tacos for dinner. Soft tacos. It's not pure speculation, BCAS. You do. because you're one of the wild, nutty conspiracy theorists. But what I'm saying is it's not just pure speculation. It's all based on the facts of the case. Yours isn't. Sorry about that.
Phoenix, and he will come up and speak.
Thank you, Sheriff. Hello, I'm Heath Yankee, the special agent in charge of the FBI's Phoenix Division. First, I want to let the Guthrie...
See, here's the way you look at it. So is this speculation that they removed the camera from the front door, and we see a blood trail from the front door that ends right at the sidewalk, meaning that there was a car parked there? So is it speculation to say that the reason the camera was removed is because a car is going to be parked there? Sure, you might say, but it's so likely. It's literally like, it makes complete sense, right? Like, that is the reality. Now, you can say it's, so you are 100% percentage. Man, what a dumb sentence, man. Right on the car being parked up front. Yes, I am. The car is parked right there. All right, good luck.
family know that our hearts are heavy for them. After seeing your message last...
You know how we know that? Because the blood stopped dripping right there. Because she was put into a car and driven away. Because you said 100% percentage.
Last night, it is clear that you and your family are in pain. Please know that we are doing everything to bring your mother home. The FBI is now working this case.
And then, because they wanted to not have the car visible there, and then they removed Nancy Guthrie without moving anything else out of the home, isn't it likely that they're, like, literally almost 100% likely that they went to the house to remove Nancy Guthrie from it? That's why they parked the car there and removed the camera. If they went in there to do something else, they would have parked anywhere else, filled up a backpack with stuff that they were stealing, went out and went into a car and drove away. So what I'm saying here, when you say it's pure speculation, is ridiculous. All right? All right, cool.
Jointly with the Pima County Sheriff's Department. And we're going to start today by announcing a $50,000 reward for information.
You don't have to agree with me on anything, because, but when when you speak, say something that makes sense.
Leading to the recovery of Nancy Guthrie and or the arrest and conviction of anyone involved in her disappearance.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is sure, this could have the craziest story in the world. What I'm trying to put out there is stuff that I put out there that makes the most sense given the information that we have. If you notice, a lot of times you hear these quote experts with the names, forensic this and forensic that, and they are just wildly in a crazy place. I bet you, a lot of you have heard what they said and rolled your eyes, haven't you? Come on, be honest. Put a 1 if you've been if you watched some of these people, and probably because you're on this channel, and you hear a much more logical sort of work through of the case, and then you go, what in the hell are these people talking about when you're watching that? Now, I know everybody likes to see it when you have the experts on, and I like having experts on too, just to really have more of a collegial conversation, to be honest with you. I don't like to do where, wow, ooh, you're so, everything you're saying I agree with. Forget it. I mean, forget it. I've covered thousands of cases, and at this point, I have a really good feeling and great intuition. And although that has nothing to do with anything, but it's intuition based on the facts of the case. Like you get the facts, you put it together. What is this telling you, right? And it is what it is. It's crazy. I mean, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Like Megyn Kelly has on, like, imbeciles. I don't even know what the hell to say. Like, their takes are just, you just look at them and go, wow, that was a take that completely didn't take account of this, and this. So how did you come up with that? Just like her take on, wow, how come Annie didn't call Savannah up? Whoa, that's so nefarious. Holy crap. Well, she did call the 911 and get the sheriff's department out there immediately. Does that mean anything to you? Oh, well, I guess that's a good point. But hey, but why didn't she, shut up. Jesus. Hey, thanks, Jareth King. Hi, Gray. This is for you in case I can't make it on donation night. Thank you for all you do. Well, thank you, Jareth King. Appreciate it.
And this will be the missing persons with the reward that will be going out. The FBI has agents, analysts, and professional staff employees working day and night with our partners at the Sheriff's Department. We have deployed additional intelligence and agents from our Phoenix office. We have brought in our critical incident response group from Quantico, Virginia. Members from our cellular analysis...
No, because I take my YouTube channel seriously, BKAAS. You can go do something else if you want. I try to work through cases and get it right. And I bet you if you went back, the track record on this channel is not paralleled by another. It's not even close. Now, people might not like me. They don't like my personality. Oh, he's so mean. He does this. Oh, look at the way. I don't know, man. I'm 60 years old. I know I look 30, but, you know. I really don't. I'm not going to be changing, all right? I'm just the way I am, unfortunately, for some of you to just get triggered by any kind of a comment that you don't really like. And this is just the way I am. And I work through cases, and when people show up on this one and go, Gray, how do you... I think it was the cartel, and this one guy did this, and they come up with this wild story. I just look at it and go, that's ludicrous. I don't want to listen to it. Gray, that's mean. Maybe their theory... Yeah, okay. I guess it's possible, man. But what we try to do here is go with what is most likely and keep going in that direction. You know, and if somebody shows up and tells me something that I think, wow, and that happens all the time, by the way. Like, for example, I'm not the one that came up with the, waiting for 20 minutes or so. Somebody typed it in one time and said maybe they walked away for a little bit after they took the camera off at 1:47. And to me, that made absolute sense. Like, I can't argue with that at all. It literally makes sense at 1:47, when they knew that the light on the camera showed the motion, they may have been concerned that it set off the motion sensor and gave a signal to somebody, inside the house, a notification. And matter of fact, I think that camera was removed within 20 seconds of the video that we're looking at when we see him up there doing that. I think it was removed right then. Because it's not like, oh, he came back 10 minutes later and he's still, He's got to go away, and he's got to wait to see if law enforcement is going to show up. And when they didn't show up after 20 minutes or so, it's go time now. The camera is now gone. He can move the car to the front of the home and go into the back. You know what, BCAS, I'm just so tired of you. I'm going to have to put you on timeout. It's boring going back and forth. Nobody's been even talking to you during this whole time, and you act like it's you and me having a conversation. All right, let's see. It blows my mind when people... I know, it's crazy, isn't it, Jessica? It's freaking almost unbelievable. What do you mean no? What's no mean? Let's see. Maybe she arranged her own kidnapping. No. See, that's what I'm saying, you guys. That's one of those comments I'm not going to deal with. Maybe she arranged her own kidnapping. Yeah, that's great, too. I'm going to let him punch me in the face and get blood all over the... Just shut... God. Don't you guys see it? Like, why do you want to be on a channel when somebody says, hey, maybe they arranged their own kidnapping, and I go like this, that's a fascinating idea. Let's take a look at that. Wow. Yeah, what if she was just sort of tired of her life? She knew things were going to happen, and she thought, wow, the best thing I can do... and just, God, and have this whole conversation about it. Are you kidding me? What a joke. People do that, though, just to appease the people watching. I tell you what, I've lost a lot of subs. I've lost a lot of members and everything because they can't handle it when you say to them, 'em, 'Hey, that's ludicrous.' Or you jump in and you're, like, 'Hey, maybe they arranged their own kidnapping.' No. See, that's what I'm saying. You guys, that's one of those comments I don't... I'm not going to deal with. Maybe she arranged her own kidnapping. Yeah, that's great, too. I'm going to let him punch me in the face and get blood all over the... Just shut... God. Don't you guys see it? Like, why do you want to be on a channel when somebody says, hey, maybe they arranged their own kidnapping, and I go like this, that's a fascinating idea. Let's take a look at that. Wow. Yeah, what if she was just sort of tired of her life? She knew things were going to happen, and she thought, wow, the best thing I can do is goofing around or something, they just get upset. It's crazy. Who cares? The next day, we're right back at it again, doing something, looking at it again. It's like, we call it Thanksgiving dinner in here. Like, you know, when you're at Thanksgiving dinner, you argue and argue and argue and argue. And then, at 20 minutes later, you're watching a football game. And, of course, you're rooting for the opposite team and everything. And I'm never watching again. Ooh. Yeah. There you go. Let me see if I can find that one really quick. I think I have it now. Let's see. Where would I put it, though? I don't know. I don't know where that is. I thought I had it sitting out here. Maybe it's here? Maybe? No. Who cares? Marty McFly couldn't handle it. Anyways. I'm just wondering, though, like, how am I supposed to handle... I mean, I'm not going to... Even if you said how I was supposed to, I'm not going to sound like that. Right? Like, somebody comes in and they go, Hey, Gray, I heard this one story about... You know, there's this guy, he was driving a Volkswagen Bug, it was brown, you know, and he would pretend like he was injured, you know, and then he came up and then he... Yeah, no, that's not what happened in this case. Great, but it happened in Ted Bundy's case. You know, he had the... I noticed many people believe in these crazy conspiracy theories. Hey, we'll say one of the, you know, like last night, remember Charlotte was in here and she was talking about like a plane taking off. You know, and it turns out that's a real thing. There's no, you can't tie it to anything. I mean, but like, here's what she was talking about, right? So here is this plane, this, you know, now we're sounding like the case of Tyler Robinson with the Egyptian planes. But like, here it is, right? There's this plane, and you go all the way back to February 1st at 4:45 a.m. in the morning. It flies from Tucson to Puerto Vallarta. So what I would say to her is, well, it is sort of an interesting time frame. Like, if you believe that she was abducted and taken to Mexico, that's an interesting time frame. But then you'd say, well, why would you take her to Puerto Vallarta, like some resort town? First of all, why would you take her there? And then also, if you notice, this plane travels back and forth from Tucson to Puerto Vallarta all the time. So this is what this plane does, you know. But if you were just going to isolate that one time frame right here, which you guys can't really see. Let's see, if I went like this. See, I look into some of the stuff that people send me. But see this right here? Like, it went from Tucson to Puerto Vallarta. And then Bozeman to Tucson. And right down here... Tucson to Puerto Vallarta again, Tucson to Puerto Vallarta. It does. That's what this plane does. So to me, it's like, it's not, I don't have any confidence, nor do I think it's likely at all that that plane had anything to do with anything. If it was a one-off plane, that it just had this one flight from Tucson to Puerto Vallarta at a time that it like never ever flew at. I mean, it is kind of an interesting 4:45 a.m. There's no other ones that are, you know, around that time. Other flights from Tucson to Puerto Vallarta don't, you know, aren't 4:45, you know. But other than that, you know, you can always go, hey, anything's possible, right? Yeah, right, exactly, but it's not probable. So I looked into it just to see it, you know, because it sounded sort of mildly interesting.
Survey team are here and they continue to collect and process digital information. We are actively reviewing and analyzing information from all digital sources which includes banks, social media companies, phone companies, and any other organizations where a digital footprint.
That person was just a troll the whole time, bringing up psychic. Give me a break.
Could have been captured. All this information provides data points and helps put the picture together. And we will be in the community continuing to conduct a thorough investigation with our partners. You heard about us out there last night. We will be back out there today. I would ask.
That's right, everybody. It was all on horseback. This guy shows up. The horse is just moseying along down the street. In fact, it was a horse that parked in front of the house, not a car. He tied the horse down next to the cactus there. And then when he left, he helped her out. And then he shoved her up, put her foot in one of the straps and put her up on the back of the horse. And then he got in the front too and he says, "Hold on, I've got a gun, ma'am." And she held on as it just sort of moseyed down the streets, the clickety-clackety sound of the hoofs. Whatever you call them. Not, I'm sure it's not hoofs. Yeah,
Ask the media, give our investigators the space to do their jobs while they're out there. Next, regarding the ransom letter.
You guys are crazy, man.
We are aware of a ransom letter that was sent to the local media and then to national outlets. As with every lead, we are taking it seriously. We are in communication with the family, and while we advise and recommend from a law enforcement perspective, any action taken on any ransom is ultimately decided by the family. Thank you to those in the community that have called in tips. For anyone out there that may have information, no matter how small you think it may be, please report it. You can do so by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI or online at tips.fbi.gov. My next message is to those imposters who are trying to take advantage and profit from this situation. We will investigate and ensure you are held accountable for your actions. We have made one arrest related to an imposter ransom demand, and a complaint will be presented to a magistrate judge later today. You will get more on that from the FBI and our U.S. Attorney's Office here in Arizona when it becomes available. To anyone that may be involved, do the right thing. This is an 84-year-old grandma. This is an 80.
I'm still here, by the way. It didn't break down. I was trying to find. Let's see. Person? Is that the word? Yeah.
Persons with the reward that will be going out.
Okay, that was the... What was that? I wanted to find that one portion where he mentioned the... what was the actual term on that camera when he mentioned the... that it had to film a person. It could have filmed a person or an animal. See, he does say animal, but when I look up the word animal, it doesn't show up. Oh, there it is. Oh, wait, is that it? Hold on. Let me look at this guy's face. That's the one he brought it up, right? Or was it early in this one? What was the one? Isn't this the press conference? Yeah, right, this one, where he does the time frame.
Let me get somebody back here, please.
Have you interviewed the people that...
Not aware of it. My detectives may be. There's a lot of detective work. Investigation, and that's all I will tell you. Yes, ma'am.
Sure, is there any history with Nancy?
I thought that FBI guy was always standing right there to the left. Could have been this one, I guess.
Camera. Could that be an animal?
Oh, God.
I imagine that's
That was pure luck, man. Do you see that? Man, I just randomly landed right on top. So it was this press conference. That was wild.
Right, and covers up. That's what our analysis teams have told us. We're not done with that. We'll do all we can, but that's what it says. So it detects a person on camera.
See, look at this guy right here. Detects a person on camera. This guy right here, he was okay with it, right? Watch this.
Could that be an animal?
Look at him. He looks right at him like, ah, shit. Could that be an animal, man? You just give them where the camera was. It was outside. Right, Clancy?
I imagine that's possible. We don't know that. we just have no video. But we're not giving up on that. 228. Nancy's pacemaker.
All right, let's move it forward.
Conviction of any.
You could see that, right? You saw that look on his face. Right? He's just like, oh, shit. Oh, God. You got to be kidding me.
Anyone involved in her disappearance, and this will be the missing persons with the reward that will be going out. The FBI has agents, analysts, and professional staff employees working day and night with our partners at the Sheriff's Department. We have deployed additional...
Oh, whoa, look at that. Marty's Bar and Grill. He's going to do a $50 worth of coffee if we just get 5 gifted memberships in here. All right, freaks. Let's see if we can do that. That'd be awesome.
Intelligence and agents from our Phoenix office. We have brought in our Critical Incident Response Group from Quantico, Virginia. Members from our Cellular Analysis Survey team are here, and they continue to collect and process digital information. We are actively reviewing and analyzing information from all digital sources, which includes banks, social media companies, phone companies, and any other organizations where a digital footprint could have been captured. All this information provides data points and helps put the picture together. And we will be in the community continuing to conduct a thorough investigation with our partners. You heard about us out there last night. We will be back out there today. I would ask the media, give our investigators the space to do their jobs while they're out there. Next, regarding the ransom letter.
Yeah, we know it's not an animal. The point is when he said, I guess it could have been an animal, he basically is admitting that the camera's outside. Because who would really say, well, I guess an animal could have done it if it's an indoor camera.
We are aware of a ransom letter that was sent to the local...
Wouldn't even randomly cross your mind.
...local media and then to national outlets.
So it says it was sent to local media and then to national outlets.
As with every lead, we are taking it seriously.
See, that's interesting, right? So it's almost like the person sent it to local first and then... What are you doing, buddy? Sent it to local first, and then he was like, man, I'm not getting enough attention. They're not saying anything. Oh, the animal's the horse. Good call there, Noel.
We are in communication with the family, and while we advise and recommend from a law enforcement perspective, any action taken on any ransom is ultimately decided by the family. Thank you to those in the community that have called in tips. For anyone out there that may have information, no matter how small you think it may be.
Holy crap, I can hear it, you guys. There's the horse. Oh my God, everybody, you gotta be kidding me. Wow. That's unreal.
Please report it. You can do so by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI or online at tips.fbi.gov. My next message is to those imposters who are trying to take advantage and profit from this situation.
That's right.
We will investigate and ensure you are held accountable for your actions.
All right, guys, we got 3 so far. On Marty's, we got Phyllis, Maya Lee. There you go. And Jim Lawn. So we need 2 more of those to kick in Marty's Bar and Grill.
We have made 1 arrest related to an imposter ransom demand, and a complaint will be presented to a magistrate judge later today. You will get more on that from the FBI and our U.S. Attorney's Office here in Arizona when it becomes available.
I said it right, I think, right? Didn't I get it?
To anyone that may be involved, do the right thing. This is an 84-year-old Grant.
I said it right, didn't I? At the end? I got it right. I said it right. First I said it, then I was like, wait a minute, it's Maya Lee. Yeah.
This is an 84-year-old grandma that needs vital medication for her well-being. You still have the time to do the right thing before this becomes a worse, much worse scenario for you. Please return Nancy home. Thank you.
All right, so you want to call them or you want me to call them?
You can call them up.
Okay, so the first person we're going to start with the list is going to be NBC National, Liz Price. Right here.
Can you walk us through that timeline from when you believe, if you look at this here, from 147 to 228, what you think happened there, and what particular software would have detected somebody on camera?
I don't. I know we know the software that was there. But I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm just not in the weeds.
So,
I know that. Think of your doorbell cameras. Somebody walks up. My wife's. If I walk up, she gets an alert, and it's usually something like that.
So you get an alert, right? So that's interesting. So that would be what the perp would have been worried about, is an alert. But come on, you guys, we got to get the meet Marty's challenge.
A person's detected.
So to understand then the follow-up, one, does that mean that it was about a 45-minute span that this suspect or suspects would have been on the property? And then also, does this essentially mean that you've cooperated with the tech companies and you can officially say that no surveillance video is available from the home?
We know that the tech company that we sent that camera off to, yes, they've said they've run out of ways to recover any video.
Next
was that about 45 minutes?
person's going to be ABC News, Aaron Kotersky.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Was what 45 minutes?
Can we say it's about a 45-minute span that somebody would have been on the property then, from 147 to 228?
Yeah, I think those times speak for themselves, and it is about, like I say, those are approximates. So yes. I'm sorry. Who was next? Did
Aaron
you say?
Kotersky, ABC News.
Hi, Sheriff. Thanks very much. Is there information that you are purposefully withholding because of the active investigation that might be leading you in a particular direction?
So we've never really got the definitive pronunciation of that. Can somebody do the phonetic spelling for this last membership gifting?
This is no different than any criminal investigation that we conduct here. Law enforcement has conducted investigations
ILSA.
since
Okay, cool. There you go.
1865 here in Pima County.
Hey, we got it. ILSA.
We're always mindful of what it is that's in front of us and what we should release and can release. There's legal guidelines that guide us, but there's also strategy too. So, I'll leave that for you to determine.
Now that you are having such an injection of manpower from the Pima critical incident team and the FBI, were you slow to bring that in at the outset? Should all of these resources been brought to bear sooner?
I guess it's Monday morning quarterbacking. I do it all the time, so you have the opportunity to do it for me. I'll take that hit.
CBS News, Jonathan Vigliotti.
Sheriff over here, has there been any proof of life And has there been any sign of life?
I'm going to, anything to deal with the ransom notes and that, I would defer to the FBI, but no, to my knowledge.
That's sort of interesting that he assumed that that's what he was talking about.
Quarterbacking, I do it all the time, so you have the opportunity to do it for me. I'll take that hit.
CBS News, Jonathan Migliotti.
Sheriff over here, has there been any proof of life? And has there been any...
I guess that would be related to
the sign of life.
Yeah, like signs of life, proof of life. That seems like it's related to the ransom, but that second part, it doesn't.
I'm going to, anything to deal with the ransom notes and that, I would defer to the FBI, but no, to my knowledge, we're still looking for Nancy.
And for my follow-up question, if I can speak with the special agent, what was it about this apparent ransom note that now 3 days on, you first haven't been able to validate, and second, it warranted informing the Guthries of its existence?
So the ransom note that was sent out there, obviously every lead in this...
What were you doing that night, the Spice Sheds? What were you doing that night? Just curious. The way you keep trying to pin it on Nanos makes me think you might be involved. Isn't that weird? Man, that's really interesting, isn't it, guys? This person named the Spice Shed said Nanos could be involved. But what I'm starting to wonder is if they're involved and they're trying to make everybody look at Nanos to hide their own involvement. Whew, wow. Now that's interesting. We could probably do a whole show on that.
This case, we are taking extremely serious.
But not everyone is presented to the family. Why this one?
Because this was the ransom that came in and it had facts associated with a deadline, with a monetary value they were asking for.
So it had facts, deadline, monetary value, and I you know what, you got, I'm like 95% certain that this is a ransom that went wrong. You know, like that's all this was, a kidnapping for ransom that went wrong. And then they realize if they keep communicating, the FBI might have the ability to track us. And then it's not just, oh, well, here she is alive. Okay, we got caught, and then it's 10 to 15 years for a kidnapping. Instead, they could get the death penalty if they're caught. So they probably just went, screw this, and they're out of there. Now, maybe someday they'll send in a random, like, you know, some way be able to send something in that lets somebody know where she is.
So at that point, what were some of those facts, if you can, because there's been a lot of speculation, as you know, if you could set the record straight.
Yeah, the ransom itself, one talked about an Apple Watch. And
all right, we need one more gifted membership, you guys, to reach that goal.
One talked about a floodlight. We're not going to go into specifics. It's very important that we keep this investigation moving forward, and we don't want to put more facts out there that others then can use to try to profit from this.
Who else would know? Who else would know about an Apple Watch?
Ed Lavandera.
Hey, Agent, I want to follow up with you real quick on that. There have been, as far as we know,
if the ransom notes aren't real, then it could be a complete psycho. But I think they believe that they are, and so did Savannah, which is a pretty good clue that they still think that, or they probably would have told her that they didn't.
I think 3 ransom notes so far, 1 arrest. Are they all different, or you think there's different authors behind all of them, or?
Yeah, like I think they tried originally. She might have still been alive on the night of the first and then into the day on the second, but then she died. And so they've never been able to prove life, but they attempted through the same sort of hidden, technique that they were using, crypto and all that. And then they went, and then the next time, apparently somebody's claiming that there was an apology in the second letter, the one that they said, I understand now. We just want to know where the body is of our mother so that we can bury her and we can have peace, and we're willing to pay for it.
So the one that went to the media is the one we were currently investigating and working on. The imposter that I talked about, where an arrest was made early this morning, that there will be more information. We believe there's no evidence to connect this to...
Right, so there was an imposter And then there's one that they believe is real. You see that?
In Nancy's case, it was someone that was trying to profit from it, a total imposter.
And Sheriff, you started off the press conference by saying you believe that Nancy is still out there. Do you have reason to believe that she's still out there alive, or are you fearful of the worst case scenario here, that she won't be found alive?
Well, I'm certainly fearful of that.
Well, there could have been, though. I mean, the guy who said that there was an apology isn't somebody that you go, oh my God, this guy's right. Either way, the family was able to determine that Nancy wasn't alive before the second video that Savannah made. That's all I can say is for certain. But it'd be interesting if that is true. You know?
I think we all are, but it is. We operate from a position that until we know she's out there, she's alive, and we're going to continue thinking that way until we find her.
Fox Digital, Mike Reese.
Yeah, sir. Michael Rivas from Fox Digital. Sheriff, you said you've identified no suspects. Have you ruled out anyone she was with on Saturday night?
You know, we've talked to so many, I'm sure.
Hold on a second. Okay, so, you know, I messaged, I didn't know he'd reply, but that, you know, the nerdy addict guy, right? I actually messaged him, and I said, hey, can you give a hint on your sources that there was an apology in the ransom letter? And he said, both sources have connections to the media. One with connection to one of the stations that got the letter. So, I don't know. You know, we'll see, I guess.
That my investigators have feelings about this one's clear or this one isn't.
He said we're both of them connections to the media, and one of them is to the direct, one of the people that actually got the letters.
But no, I wouldn't say anybody's ruled out yet, because what if I rule you out and then later I learn something else? No.
So my follow-up, you mentioned that you don't know where the reporting of a forced entry came from. Do we know how whoever did this got into her house?
That I would not discuss with you anyway.
Fox News, Paul Morrow.
Question for Agent Edwards, if I may. Agent Edwards, will the Bureau be submitting the DNA for investigative genealogical investigation relative to maybe hitting a relative, somebody, if you will?
I would say the DNA aspect of this case is being handled by the Pima County Sheriff's Department right now. However, should we get to that point, yes, that would be an option for the FBI to assist.
And a quick follow-up, does the ransom note that you're working establish any communication protocols in it?
No, it does not. And that is what I think is important, that if someone has Nancy and is demanding the ransom, that there is communication with the family. We talked about has been no proof of life, and there was no other demands within that letter. So they're still waiting for communication.
ABC affiliate, Ashley Bolden.
Yeah, right here, Ashley Bolden. When you say the doorbell camera was disconnected, do you believe that that camera was taken?
We do not have it in our possession. We've not located.
See, that was a great piece of information right there. See, that's something that people ignore, that sentence he just gave there. That they do not have the camera in their possession. So when the person removed it, they took it, and it was disconnected at 1:47, and they do not have the camera. Isn't that's pretty interesting, isn't it? That means the person took it with them.
Okay. And then a follow-up. I know that we've been hearing a lot about ransom notes. We were also hearing in that video that was put out by the Guthries.
Yeah, you guys, what's the deal here? Can't we get the 5th gifted membership up there to reach Marty's goal?
Siblings, and I don't know if this is a question for the FBI.
That'll get us into the good night realm.
Or yourself, but the challenges of seeing an image and knowing that it's real. Could one of you address that? Has the family received correspondence, any images, videos?
So we're not going to go into facts regarding this part of the investigation. I think part of that message was with AI these days, you can make videos that appear to be very real. So we can't just take a video and trust that that is a proof of life these days because of the advancements in AI.
God, I mean, isn't that weird? I mean, did they actually get a video that they're just not sure that they can prove? I mean, what a weird way to answer that question. Let's go back to that again.
And then a follow-up. I know that we've been hearing a lot about ransom notes. We were also hearing in that video that was put out by the Guthrie siblings, and I don't know if this is a question for the FBI or yourself, but the challenges of seeing an image and knowing that it's real. Could one of you address that? Has the family received correspondence, any images, videos?
So we're not going to go into facts regarding this part of the investigation. I think part of that message was with AI these days.
Okay, so that was probably what they told them to say, and he knows why they told him to say that. But it doesn't really refer to anything that they got.
You can make videos that appear to be very real. So we can't just take a video and trust that that is a proof of life these days because of the advancements in AI and trying to actually get a proof of life that we can verify. But we're not going to go into anything the family may or may not have.
All right, you guys, we need one more $5 super chat or one gifted membership to reach Marty's challenge.
I've received.
KOLD, Catherine Patterson.
So in regards to a timeline on that ransom note, is that being an impact in your investigation? Or are we nearing that timeline?
I'm sorry, one more time.
So in regards to the timeline in the ransom note, are we nearing that timeline? And is that playing a part in the investigation?
We're not going to go again into specifics of that part of the investigation with the ransom note other than what we've put out there. We've been transparent. We're talking about we are working that ransom demand, but we don't.
Well, there you go. Susan did it, but I also did one too. So I was just like, wow, what's taking so long for that? Anyways, thank you, Susan, and thanks, Lisa.
Don't want to go anything further than that could impact any opportunities. So thank you.
Is there any additional physical evidence at the crime scene other than the technology that you guys are using for this timeline? Is there anything else that's helping you guys other than really the technology?
Well, I think I said on day one is that it's technology that's going to really help us solve this case. But no, I mean, you know, we did do a process of that scene for biological evidence, so we're still hopeful that maybe something will show up there as well.
That's weird how you said it. We did a process of the scene, not we processed the scene. You know, it's almost like he's aware that they should have done more. So he's like, so we got another one coming. You know, we did a process, but, you know, we got to do more now because we shouldn't have gave that house back.
On a Republic, Richard Relas.
Yeah, right. That's how he was sort of saying that. Yeah, we did a process of the scene. You know, you wouldn't say it that way naturally. You would say that if you knew that you were having to do it again.
Agent Yankee, we saw on the scene, I believe it was you, taking a tripod into the home of the sister. How involved was the FBI, if at all, in creating the video? Any advice for the family on what to say to the video?
I would say we use our expertise and provide consultation and advice anytime a family would ask for our advice in a kidnapping. It's ultimately the family's decision of what they put out.
But thank you, Susan, Jill, Lisa Valenzuela, Ilsa, I did it, Jim Lawn, let's see, Maya Lee, and Phyllis Watson for reaching Marty's goal. And thank you, Marty, for the bucket of coffee.
And any messages they put out. But we were, obviously you're all documenting every move we make. We were there last night in talking with the family. But every decision is theirs.
Right, that was a tripod and a ring light. And Sheriff Nanos, you said the blood was found on the porch and on the front stoop. Just wanted to verify that.
I say porch, front stoop. It's all in that same general area by the front door.
Front of the house.
Front door, yes.
What, given her medical condition and the fact that it was her blood, as you say, what
what would her medical condition do with her recovery if she indeed bled out or was bleeding when she left the house?
Well, again, I've got to be careful.
That's pretty cool. Clancy's just right next to me, sitting on the ground, just like in a, like a, you know what, like the Pharaoh's cats or whatever, just sitting there. It's funny.
For HIPAA, but I would say this. We know she is in need of medication, daily medication. And we also know that this is day 4 or 5 and still we don't know that she's getting her medication. That could in itself prove fatal.
And for the
No, that'll be that question. For K-Gun News, we have Craig Smith or Athena.
I'll get that for you. I'll get it now.
Craig?
K-Gun, Athena, Craig left. Have you been in communication with anyone who you believe could be the kidnapper?
You know, it goes back to what we talked about. Nobody's eliminated, but we just really don't have enough to say this is.
This guy right here is like, if you put the word like FBI agent, that's this guy. Put that in the dictionary.
This is our suspect. This is our guy. We know, or our gal. We just don't know that.
FBI agent.
And it's really kind of reckless
He's more
to
cliche,
report
this
that
guy.
someone is a suspect when they could very well be a victim. It just, I bring to you to
See,
the
that's
media.
where he was like, for example, he's talking about the family right here. He says, they very well could be a victim, meaning, like, that's not even as likely, you know what I mean? Because it's like, you know, they very well could be a victim. That's like, it's less likely in the way he's phrasing that. So that's why people are still like, ooh, wow, so that's almost kind of suggests the family is involved, the way he said that.
I plead with you to be careful of what it is we put out there, because we don't have anybody here listed as a suspect, and you could actually be doing some damage to the case, but you can do some damage to that individual too. Social media is kind of an ugly world sometimes.
And how far out have you expanded your search, can you say?
You know, I would tell you this, look, nothing's off the table. If we get a lead that there's somebody...
I mean, that's the same as saying, you know, they very well could be innocent. You know, it's like, man, so you're really, that's not really a positive...
Hey, you've got this over here, we're going, and that will expand and expand and expand. I think the FBI, with their billboards, they're now planning to put those up at every state around here, at all of our neighboring states. So, we use you, the national media, the FBI with their national outreach, to affect that for us. But as far as the actual investigation, naturally the scene is the primary, and we just keep spreading it out as we get more and more leads.
Court TV, Cody Thomas.
Hi there, Sheriff. Actually, my question is for Agent Yonke. You know, we saw Savannah Guthrie and her siblings, the family, put out that video last night on Instagram addressing, you know, the tragedy that this is, but also addressing the ransom letter saying they're ready to talk. My question is, did the FBI or any other agency help them craft that message to put out on social media?
Like I said to the previous question, we have an expertise when it comes to kidnappings, and when families want advice, consultation, expertise, we will provide that. But the ultimate decisions on what they say and how they put that out rests with the family itself.
And as far as suspects, I know we haven't identified one, but what type of suspect or suspects do we think we're dealing with here?
At this time, like the sheriff has said, there is no primary suspect identified, so it could run the gamut. So.
KPNX, Troy Hayden.
Are you actively investigating the
Troy Hayden of the Jodi Arias fame.
Son-in-law in this case? So there were reports earlier this week, and you refuted that. You said you haven't eliminated everybody.
Where was that thing? I'll just play this.
Have you eliminated him or come close to it, or are you actively looking at him?
We're actively looking at everybody we come across in this case. Everybody. We would be irresponsible if we didn't talk to everybody. The Uber driver, the gardener, the pool person, whoever, everybody.
Here, look at, watch.
And tonight, in an exclusive Fox 10 interview, Jodi Arias opens up about the jury's decision, sitting down with our Troy about one of the highest
That's him right there. This is 12 years ago.
You know, I'm pretty healthy. I don't smoke, and I would probably live a long time. So that's not something I'm
She was like pretending she wanted to get the death
looking forward
penalty.
to. I said,
We talked about many other.
I don't know, but it would
One
have
time she looked at him and I didn't know you were a hater.
been the right thing.
Do you have a sense of where the public feeling is about you, whether you're liked or not liked? I mean,
I get the sense that there is great division on both sides, but I believe the majority is against me.
so what are your thoughts on that?
A psychologist once explained to me that society has this need to persecute people. They get some sort of gratification from it, so there might be something going on there.
Did you have any knowledge of, the interest in your case? Do you have an idea of how many people are interested?
She's just a psycho, man. Jesus. It's just...
It's so cliche, but everybody's still a suspect in our eyes. That's just how we look at things and think as cops. Does that mean we have a prime suspect? No, and the family's been very cooperative. They've done everything we've asked of them, and we want that relationship to continue.
Yeah, yours says.
And sometimes people can be mean out there, and that can really harm us and harm our efforts.
Did you find blood anywhere else in the home besides the porch?
The only DNA evidence.
Yeah, let's see how this guy acts with that question.
That relationship to continue, and sometimes people can be mean out there, and
you're so mean,
and that can really harm us and harm our efforts.
Did you find blood anywhere else in the home besides the porch?
The only DNA evidence we've got back is on the porch.
So that means, like, the way he answered that means that there is blood in other places. He just said the only DNA we got back was from on the porch.
Look, we prioritize things and we rush things, and those items we put out to a lab to rush it. And even then, it's 2 or 3, 4 days. The other items could
Look at
take
this
10
guy.
days, 20 days. But we saw the importance of that.
This guy's the best, man. Let's go back a little bit. He was like, whoa, what the hell?
No, and the family's been very cooperative.
What the heck are you talking about?
They've done everything that can really harm us and harm our efforts.
Did you find blood anywhere else in the home besides the porch?
The only DNA evidence we've got back is on the porch. We prioritize things and we rush things, and those items we put out to.
He's like, what the hell are you talking about? Hey, wait, hold on a minute. I didn't see that. The only DNA evidence we got back was on the porch. And he's like, what the hell are you talking about? Here, let's see that again.
Is on the porch. We prioritize.
He's like, what? What are you saying there?
Things and we rush things, and those items we put out to a lab to rush it. And even then, it's 2 or 3, 4 days.
Put it out to a lab and rush it. And then he's like, yeah, what the hell are you talking about?
The other items could take 10 days, 20 days, but we saw the importance of that blood. It came back to Nancy.
So it was only there, it wasn't anywhere else in the house?
I don't know that. We processed the house for biological evidence, and we've not gotten anything back.
This guy's great,
Sarah
man.
Williamson.
Hi there. My question is just piggybacking off our colleagues here about how far this search has gone. When it comes to doorbell cameras, you say technology plays a critical role in this. Have you been actively door knocking the neighbours and businesses and collecting those doorbell cameras? And is there anything that has come up there, and how far is that stretched?
I can't tell you whether things have come up or not, but we have door-to-door. I think we're still doing door-to-door, not just in that neighborhood, but other neighborhoods. Just as leads come in and take us somewhere, we're going to do those things.
Okay, and just to follow up as well in regards to the video that was released by Nancy Guthrie's children last night, just to clarify, that was not coordinated with any law enforcement beforehand, and that you hadn't seen that video before it was released?
The FBI is handling all things with the ransom.
I think the answer was yes, we were there. The media was there. We can help coordinate, provide that consultation, but that is the family's decision of what they film and what they put out.
Fox 10, Justin Liu.
I mean, isn't that the face he was making? Like, what the hell are you talking about? He's like, what?
Agent Yonke, this one's for you. Following up on that video that was released yesterday, you said, ultimately any further action is decided on by the family. Since then, have they expressed any more interest in more efforts to try and get in contact? Who is behind the ransom letter? And do you have a crisis or any sort of hostage negotiator with your team for that type of situation if it moves forward?
So the two parts of that question I think it's pretty clear. The family wants to be contacted. They know time is of the essence, and if those that may have Nancy are watching this, the family is ready to talk, get proof of life, because there has been no contact after that ransom note went to the media. For your second question, yes, we have crisis negotiators. That is part of our team here locally, along with the personnel we brought in from Quantico, and they will be part of it. But we're not going to go beyond that of any specifics.
Sheriff Nanos, taking down the crime scene perimeter after Monday's investigation and really opening access to that property to everyone else, was that something you would do differently looking back, knowing that federal authorities also conducted a search yesterday? Would you have kept that perimeter up, knowing that?
Monday morning quarterback, I probably would have, but I'll say this. We processed the scene. We got what we thought was complete. My team did that. I have to have all the faith and trust in their abilities and their skills, and I think they went through that pretty well.
I always wonder, like, we listen to Australian people and New Zealand people, and they have an accent, right? But when they listen to us, do we have an accent? Or do we just sound like bland, just totally, like robots? Like, when you listen to us, do we have an accent, or is it just like, Jesus, that's like if a machine was reading English?
But because another agency now steps in and wants to assist, if we're just like with you, we're an open book. Absolutely. How can we help? One of the things people don't see, I heard your question about, and we left and then others could walk up. When we process a scene and we're done, we return that scene to in this case, the homeowners, the family. And we don't just go march back in there. We call the family again and get permissions to go back to the home. So, yeah, there's, again, money.
Yeah, but it should have been locked up without the family ever getting it back. That's the truth.
Morning quarterback, absolutely. I probably could have held off on that. We knew that the FBI, we've worked with them before in a lot of cases, and we felt like they could be of help in this with particularly the forensic analysis we use in a number of things. But at the start of this thing, we weren't sure what we had, and as the day progressed, we realized that there could be more to this, and we started in that. Remember, it was a search and rescue mission the first few hours, and we transitioned that over to a criminal investigation. With that, brought in our partners from the FBI and others.
Have you heard from President Trump on the resources? Extra resources?
I was actually going to ask about that. We saw the message yesterday.
Are you next?
Claudia, yeah.
Okay,
I mean, next. That sounds like Biden. Remember how they have everything in order, had to be a certain person?
Up on that, we saw the message from the president yesterday. Have you personally received any communication from him or
No, and I wouldn't expect that. He too is a busy man, right? And I would say this: we thank him for him opening up his entire law enforcement team, as was put out yesterday, and we know, I know my local reporters here know. We've always worked well with all of our partners in law enforcement. Maybe it's something unique to Southern Arizona and the rest of the country doesn't see that, but this isn't new for us. We've done this. Gabby Giffords, I headed up that investigation many years ago, and we worked side by side. Could not have got things done if we weren't with the FBI on that.
And just the other question, this being a border state, have you guys had any communication with Mexican authorities?
I have not. I work closely with the Mexican consulate, as other consulates, being the sheriff, but no, I have not heard from them.
Arizona Univision Madres. Here.
Hi, Sheriff. My question is, do you know, it's a two-part question, do you know what medication Nancy uses? And have you checked local pharmacies and pharmacies around the state where they bought, per se, this medication to keep her alive, to keep her healthy, while still look for her?
So we do know what medications, and we have contacted pharmacies. Probably need to go back to just make sure that they didn't, maybe we contacted them early on. I know that night, Saturday night, Sunday morning, I know we were doing all the hospital checks, and that check was continuous every hour, going back out. And physically in person, deputies were going to each local area hospital and asking them to check their logs.
My second question here is, I know you're looking for her in Pima County. Are you looking for her across the state now? And if so, if there's a particular area that you're focusing on right now?
Well, we're looking for her everywhere, right? The FBI just made an arrest on a tip that we got that we thought there could be something here. It's statewide. The billboards are going to...
Wouldn't you love to know the tips? And I would love to know the reasoning behind the first guy that they arrested down south near the border, and then, Luke, etc., on the, a couple days later, Like, what was the information that they got? Was it a vehicle type? I mean, what was it?
Going to be out there across the country. We take the leads from everywhere, and where those leads take us, we'll get there.
MS Now, Alex Talbot.
You know what I bet? I think the next thing that we're going to hear from and get something about is a vehicle type. They're going to say, we think it's this model. At some point, we're going to get that.
Agent Yankee, do you have any reason to believe that Nancy Guthrie may be being held outside of the country? Is that something that you ruled out at this point?
We don't have any of that information. We haven't ruled anything out. Like the sheriff said, we will follow the facts wherever they take us, whether it is outside of the state of Arizona or over the border. We will follow the facts and go there, but we have no indication anything over the Mexican border.
And you mentioned on the ransom note there were details about the Apple Watch and the floodlight.
Yep.
The ransom notes that were sent out to TMZ, KGUN, and KOLD, are they all the same ransom note? Do they contain the same details in each of those individual ransom notes?
The ones that I am tracking and aware of were the same. That went to TMZ also.
News Nation, Brian Enton.
Agent Yankee, sorry, over here.
Yes.
When did the first ransom note arrive? And the reason I ask is because the Apple Watch has been in the news and on social media, and you could see like floodlights on video. So was it before those things were out in the world?
I don't have the specific time frame as I sit here today of what time it came in, but that you are right. Anyone could see a floodlight hanging down, could have seen some of those things. The watch has been talked about, so that timing is.
I just don't think there was that good of footage and drone stuff on the second.
Tricky, but that's why we're taking it serious no matter what, and following the leads on that. But I don't have the time frame that the first note came in as I sit here today. Thank you.
And my follow-up is for the sheriff. In the house, were there any signs that someone tried to clean up or maybe destroy evidence?
I can't talk about the crime scene, so I'll give you another shot, another question.
My other question is, I heard the agents say that it was a joint investigation now. At the other press conference, the FBI said they were assisting. Is it joint now? I mean, are both agencies in charge now?
Look, there's no ego here. We in this part of the country, we'll take anybody's help. It's not about, it's not about who's in charge. From day one, when we contacted...
Here, let me play this one again.
All right, my next guest tonight is
I know,
the evening
I know
news
it's kind of
anchor.
late, you guys. You don't have to sit around if I'm still sitting here. And if you leave, thank you for your support for the channel tonight. Really appreciate it.
KOLD 13 News in Tucson,
I
Arizona.
think I had to ask the least of any night that I've had in a long time.
Her station received the ransom note through an email that the FBI is now seriously investigating. Mary Coleman, it's great to have you here. So this it was emailed, like, was it to a tip line, or was it addressed to anybody in particular?
Let me go back a little bit. Who
Yeah,
is
so
this?
our news ransom note through an email that the FBI is now seriously investigating. Mary. All right, my next guest tonight is the evening news anchor at KOLD 13 News in Tucson, Arizona. Her station.
That station is the one that Nerdy Addict just mentioned. That's the source through there. So I think there's a chance that his information might be correct.
And received the ransom note through an email that the FBI is now seriously investigating. Mary Coleman, it's great to have you here. So this it was emailed, like, was it to a tip line, or was it addressed to anybody in particular?
Yeah, so our newsroom has just that, a tip line that anyone can send any email to, and that's how we received it. And something important to note, because I know a lot of people were saying, oh, how easy it should be to be able to trace it from an email address. Well, the way our system works is it can be submitted anonymously. So, and there's a reason for that. We want people to be comfortable, submitting any news tips for any stories in the Tucson area. And in this case, that's exactly what happened. It was submitted anonymously, and we gave everything over to Pima County Sheriff's Department to try and figure out where exactly this came from.
Did you actually read the entire note?
I did.
The FBI confirmed that there was a deadline of 5 p.m. Mountain Time tonight. What did the note threaten if payment wasn't made?
I can't speak to that. I will say that, there obviously, it's a consequential letter. There are things that they say will happen if these deadlines aren't met. And I have been refreshing my email constantly over the last.
So it's interesting to hear she's actually referring to the initial, these are the ones that the FBI believes that are real, maybe even still.
41 minutes to see if we get anything new from them, because again, as they said, that first deadline was at 5, and then we have another one coming up in a couple of days. So our eyes are on our email to see if we get anything new, as are, I'm sure, some of the other newsrooms that received that letter as well.
How long was the note?
Not very long, Elizabeth, just a couple of sentences, I would say, a short paragraph, but enough in there to alarm someone who is reading it, I would say, especially obviously with the circumstances. And now knowing and seeing that Pima County Sheriff's Department confirmed that the blood on the doorstep that you all just showed was indeed that of Nancy Guthrie.
Did you know, as soon as you read it, did you think this is for real?
Initially, I would say the first couple of sentences, not necessarily. It could have gone either way, but the more we read and the more detail was given, including the amount and, again, those deadlines, that's what was really crucial. And as well as some of those details that the FBI revealed were in there, including, the Apple Watch and things like that others wouldn't know. That's when we,
Was there anything beside the Apple Watch and the floodlights? Because as you may know, if you've been listening in, our Brian Enton asked about this, and the FBI admitted they weren't sure when. First of all, do you remember exactly when the note came in?
We received the note Monday evening. That's when our newsroom.
Okay, so it was Monday evening. So that's like the next day, I guess. So it is in the evening. Weird. And by the way, look at it. 12:03 and then 12:15, they arrived on the scene.
To the FBI, they were that gracious to say, whatever you need. And so that's really it. And they're great partners, just as my other local law.
Well, actually, this is pretty important.
Received that note.
Monday night, Arizona time, you got the note.
Yes.
We need to check.
But what time did they literally get it, though? Maybe that's when they discovered it.
Other sources, I know that around that time, there were also reports beginning to emerge that she was wearing an Apple Watch that had been disconnected. And also, anybody who was looking at sort of video.
So this lady's repeating the same question that Brian Enton asked earlier in the day, acting like she just came up with it.
that all the news networks were taking of Nancy Guthrie's home might have seen that there was a floodlight. In other words, are those the only two details?
Yeah, good. Let's see if there's more.
Or was there more?
There were some additional details included in there, and
Boom. See, that's pretty cool. See, that's why this stuff's really interesting. See, we don't look at all these little side things that are said out there. So that means that the reason they believe those original letters are true is there's many other things in them, not just those couple things that they just said.
we're going to wait to see if law enforcement decides to release that information. Frankly, we weren't sure that they were even going to release what they did today. So that's why we're speaking freely about it. We don't want to be compromising this investigation at all. Of course, the main concern is getting Nancy home, and we want to do what we can to help ensure that she gets home safely.
Was there any, we just watched a video that just came out a few minutes ago from Cameron Guthrie, and that came after the video 23 hours ago from Savannah and Guthrie speaking mostly. Her sister Annie said a few.
What's the time difference there?
Words. And Cameron was there as well. But in both the videos, last night's and tonight's, they make a direct plea. Tell us how to communicate with you. Was there any
I think what I would ask is, what they were saying, did it really make sense given what you know is on that letter?
Communication protocol in the ransom note that you read?
Nothing whatsoever, and I think that's why they're, going so heavily in this direction to try.
So basically they were just saying, put the money in this crypto account or this and this, but no communication, like get a hold of it.
And plead to anyone to get in contact with them so that they can, again, get that proof of life, but just establish that line of communication, because there isn't that right now between anyone.
So what, where do you live? What country? Like Ireland or something? Or?
If these deadlines that they've been given are accurate, then, time is of the essence, and they want their mother home safely.
And I'm assuming they made a demand for money or bitcoins. TMZ reported it was bitcoins, millions of dollars in bitcoins, to be deposited in a certain account.
Yeah, I can't share the information as far as how much or where they wanted that to be placed, but I can say, because today the FBI did confirm it was Bitcoin, our letter as well was a request for Bitcoin.
All right, Mary Coleman from the great Tucson station KOLD 13.
Yeah, very cool. I think that was pretty interesting, because she confirmed that there was much more in the letter that isn't known other than by the person who was there.
Enforcement brethren there. I didn't even have to ask. That's what's really amazing. I haven't had to call anybody. They've called me. Sheriff, what do you need?
Arizona's family, Brianna Whitney.
Didn't you guys find that interesting?
Sheriff, I know you had the crime scene process. You said you went back out there. Your partners wanted to see it, but you guys were actively taking out evidence yesterday. Was there something you missed the first time, or did you get a new piece of information that led you to believe you needed to go back out and take more than you had that first day?
I know that we get information that will come, and this is just any crime scene that we look at. We may go out to a crime scene and think we've got it all, go analyze the evidence, and something comes back and says, hey, did you check this? We're not going to just say, oops, and not go.
So does that
Absolutely.
come in?
In this instance, it really was the FBI just wanted to go, hey, can we take a look at it?
Are you worried about that being contaminated at all because there was people in that?
I'll let the courts worry about that. We will certainly be open to the courts of anything that's been removed from that house, and we follow the rules of laws. We get court orders and go back and reapply for another warrant if need be. All of those things we're very careful of.
Arizona Public Media, Lynn Boyd.
Lynn Boyd over here. In that news release yesterday, there was a report of a trespasser. Has the Guthrie family dealt with any incidents, threats, whether that's trespassing, social media threats, anything of that?
Yeah, especially if a YouTuber has inside information, they would just say it immediately. I probably wouldn't, but just the general YouTubers. I've actually had inside information and never was able to say it. But I think in general, people do it because it's such a big win for them to throw it out.
I am not aware of any of that. I know that we, as with any case, again, we would look at all of the background of calls to those families or their residents and see if there's anything there, or even in that neighborhood. Those things have been looked at. I don't know of anything that was reported in even the last 30 days or 60 days. Nobody's come to me and said, hey, next door you had a burglary.
Follow up for the neighborhood where Nancy's home is. Can you give any more details on that trespassing?
Florida's 2 in the morning.
I don't have them.
Telemundo, Jesus Gonzalez.
It's for the FBI. I just have a question.
I guess unless you're on the Panhandle, there's a chance you'd be in the Central.
Can we confirm if the FBI director is coming for the investigation?
Yes.
Yeah, the bushy eyebrows. There you go. See, I had that information.
Director Patel is being briefed several times a day on this investigation back in D.C. He does have a trip scheduled to Tucson that was pre-scheduled before this, but he is receiving consistent and constant updates from our team here.
He's coming today?
He is not coming today.
And before you go to the next one, I know you may have had a follow-up question, but I think I overstepped you. So if you wanted to ask,
Thank you.
I'll give you that opportunity.
Thank you, I really appreciate that.
Sure. Absolutely.
Thank you. At what point do you deem the ransom note not credible if there is no communication that follows up since you received it? Like, what's that timeline where you say, no proof of life, there's no more, this isn't credible?
I think we start to look at what the deadlines were in the note. First, I think, was 5 o'clock today, and then it had a second deadline after that. So we are continuing in a normal kidnapping case. There would be contact by now, trying to discuss that. But those are the time frames we are looking at as we move forward.
Are you able to say that second deadline that was given?
I don't have that with me right now. So.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Entertainment Tonight, Denny Directo.
Yes, my question actually is for Agent Yonke. There was a report that said the ransom came from an email that the FBI was actually looking into that IP address. Any updates on that?
Nothing that I can release. Thank you.
And then also, there's also conflicting reports about who was the last person to actually see Nancy and drive her home. We know she took an Uber to Annie's house, but can you confirm whether it was Annie or her son-in-law Tommaso who took her home that night?
I think the timeline that the sheriff provided was a family member, but
just family. We're going to go with family.
Okay.
Record TV, Vandry Piera.
Sheriff, we are foreign nationals, so we're not familiar with the area, so we think that it's a remote area. So my question is, why is it so hard to track a car or something suspicious that have passed through the area at that night? How difficult it is, just probably cameras around or something?
Yeah, you're talking about the challenges we face in some of being in a rural area like this. Those are challenges we face all the time. We'd love it to have all the cameras in what we would consider a more urban nature type area. But once you get out into the community, that's not the only part of Tucson that is that way. And we just find ways to overcome those challenges. We don't just disregard it. We still look at ways to find for example, ring cameras that might catch just a piece of something. Goes by, it doesn't catch the whole car. Those kinds of things. We don't give up. We still go out.
But not at least a car that came out at that night?
I
Far away. I mean, like miles from the house.
We have cameras all over, and those things are being reviewed.
Arizona Republic, Richard Relas.
I'm a different person, but pretending.
Did he get two?
It's the second one.
Was that you?
Oh, sorry. We all right. Thank you guys for keeping us honest. No, you already asked your question, so we're going to go to the New York Times. And I apologize for getting your name wrong here, Reese Debo.
No, you're close enough. Hi, Sheriff.
Hi.
The 212, the camera that detected movement at 212. Was that a different camera than the one that was disconnected at 147, and where was it pointed?
We don't know that. We don't know which camera that was. When we did the software, it just told us that the person was detected, but.
What do you mean you don't know? The other one was disconnected and you can't find it. So how would another camera at 212? I mean, it has to be a different camera. You know? See, this is the kind of shit that drives me nuts.
I'm unaware of which camera that was.
So there were multiple cameras and you're not sure?
Sure, there were multiple cameras at the home.
Okay. And is there a possibility that this is not a ransom situation, and if so?
See, that made it confusing. But the one at 147 was disconnected. And then, so that means it cannot be the one that recorded motion at 212 unless it's like still, it's active and it's in his pocket or something, and then it records another motion, or I don't know. That just doesn't make sense. They can't find that camera.
What else could it be?
Your guess is as good as mine. I would say absolutely there's a possibility that this is nothing to do with the kidnapping. But we cover all angles. We're not going to dismiss something until we actually know for a fact that it's one way or the other.
People Magazine, we have Danielle Foster.
So I wanted a little more clarity to follow up on his. Is there anything more you can say? Was this actually targeted or not? Do you have any?
That's why we have the FBI to look at those areas where there may have been a target. Maybe it is a kidnapping. But no, we don't have anything to rule that out or to say it is.
And as far as the ransom notes, there was a part in there about Bitcoin. Are you looking into that now, investigating?
Yes, that's part of the investigation.
Can you go and elaborate any further if you found anything, or if there's any ties, or any suspects tied to that Bitcoin?
There is not at this time.
Associated Press, Joe Goldendera.
Hi, Sheriff. Just to follow up to a
You're
prior...
Joe?
I'm sorry?
You're Joe?
Goldendera.
Oh, I thought you said Joe. Okay.
Well, who cares if her name was Joe? There's girls with the name Joe. I've heard it before.
Just to follow up to a prior question, you had said early in the investigation that authorities don't believe Nancy Guthrie was targeted. Why don't authorities think that Nancy Guthrie was targeted?
Who said that? Who said they didn't?
You had said that early in the investigation.
Boy, if I said I missed,
I don't think he ever said that. That lady is not telling the truth. He never said that. He said from day one that she was kidnapped and removed from the home. So that whatever that lady's saying there is just
absolutely misspoke. I've never thought she was or wasn't targeted.
See, that lady just made that up.
We've always believed that is certainly a possibility. I mean, you'd be silly not to think that.
Have you heard him one time in all these things that we've played tonight say that she wasn't the target? Can you point to any moment in any of these press conferences or interviews that he said that? I didn't think so.
Somebody disappears in the middle of the night out of their home.
Man, I'm just going to get out of here. You guys are dead as a doornail. All right. Well, anyways, thanks up there to Wild Bill Wassman, Saturn Dreaming of Mercury, gifted 5. Then we had Alley Cake, and then Saturn Dreaming of Mercury, then Charlotte, and then Betty Black, then Saturn Dreaming of Mercury, Saturn Dreaming of Mercury, then Betty Black gifted a membership. Then we had Saturn Dreaming of Mercury, Jim Lawn, Phyllis Watson, Alley Kate gifted 1, Karen W, Lanky Tor. Let's see. Equicinco said, "Hola. Do you know anything about a female body found in a canal in Scottsdale? I saw the article from MSN." Well, I remember there was one a while ago that was found. I don't think it didn't turn out to be hers. Is there a new one? Lanky Torque, Kidding Kitten, Phyllis Watson again. Then we had Saturn Dreaming of Mercury, Timothy Cecil, Alley Cake, Wild Bill Wassman, Ella Driver, then Saturn Dreaming of Mercury gifted 5 again, then Jim Lawn, Phyllis Watson, Karen W, Saturn Dreaming of Mercury gifted 1, then K-Me, Saturn Dreaming of Mercury gifted 5, then 1 again, then Ilsa, Alley Cake, Tracy Von Brott, Ilsa again, Phyllis Watson gifted 5, then I gifted 5, then Saturn Dreamy Mercury gifted 1, then Bengal Cat Chili, Jim Lon, Maya Lee, or Maya Leah, was it? Maya Leah, that's right. And then Susan Jill, and then Susan Jill became a new member, then Phyllis Watson, then Jareth King, then Phyllis Watson again, then Carolyn BB Heaven, Jim Lon, Phyllis Watson again, then Maya Leah, and then Jim Lon, Ilsa, Susan, then I gifted 1, and then Lisa Valenzuela, Equicinco, and then, yes, a new one yesterday. The lead seems promising. Oh, yeah? What's the female body found in canal in Scottsdale? Okay. A body of an adult woman was pulled from a canal on March 28 near Indian Bend. The victim hasn't been identified. Police say investigators haven't been able to confirm if there are traumatic injuries due to the condition of the body. Now, the victim hasn't been identified. It's unclear how the woman died. Due to the condition of the body, investigators are initially unable to confirm if there was a traumatic... all right, let's see. I don't know. I think the odds are really low that this is going to be her.
And today, a woman's body was recovered from a canal near Indian Bend and Scottsdale Road. Scottsdale police say around 8 a.m. they responded to the scene after someone walking their dog along the canal spotted this woman's body. Police say they don't currently know how her body got to the bend and were unable to confirm if there were any traumatic injuries. Police say they're still working to identify the body as their investigation continues.
I mean, I think if it was an old person, you know, they'd be really quick to be like, hey, you know, this might be, you know, and I don't know, I just think there's almost no chance. Hey, cool. Thanks, Confident Joy. Appreciate that. My first time here, you're good, and your chat is loyal. Love that. Great. Yeah. It's really cool. You know, freak family is what we got here. Now, I'm not always like you know, people think I'm grumpy and, you know, whatever. Can be an ass sometimes or whatever. But I actually have a good heart. You know, I'm not a shitty person. You know, it's just sort of the way I am now. I guess I'm old. Break your own trigger, buddy. All right, but anyways, thanks everybody for helping support the channel tonight. We got 2 more days and then our donation night. We've already given out $1,500 this month so far to various true crime related charities, and it'd be nice to. We've already funded the next scholarship and it's active now, believe it or not. All right, so it's already active. So you know there'll be some applications coming in soon, Lisa. For the next one. And so anyways, I'm trying to get to, I want to be able to donate like, I don't know, I was hoping to get to like 4,500. And you know, it's a big portion of the income that comes in. I actually, you know, I got to make an income to survive as a channel too and thrive and make it, you know, but every month I try to donate thousands of dollars. We've only had 1 month in since 2020 where I could only do $1,000. That was our worst month ever. You know, but most months are, you know, between, I'd say like 3,000 and 6 or so. Just kind of depends. So, anyways, thanks everybody. Appreciate you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. And who the heck knows what tomorrow will bring, all right? Anyways, thanks everybody. And I guess what I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime
4 hour and
8
minute
show. That's pretty long. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that
Not
is,
even one?
Not even one. Good night, I'm a certified human lie detector.
Good night,
Gonna
Bengal
get
cat.
ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector.
Whiskey boots
is my nectar. Professor Greg is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector.
Food affector, interceptor. Come on me and unexpected with a vector. Honest vector with all respect, y'all. Just remember, conjecture. I have no agenda, I never tender. There's a to you straight without a blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send you on a mission to the real true thunder.
Yeah, so I'll just get
God,
right back
that's
to work.
terrible.
All right, everybody. Talk to you later.
Correct.
Thank you for watching Grey Hughes Investigates on YouTube, where we cover true crime using logic, reason, and common sense. Something not very common anymore on the YouTube streets. Thank you very much for watching. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Was the music really distorted? Or is that just usually what the trolls say right at the end of the show? I think it sounded pretty clear.